Here you go. Lights on, Karina.
Ons dien odege wysheid sal gee en dat en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelela Nkosi ilizwe lethu nabantu balo, umisele ukulunga kwiphondo lethu. Nkosi sikelela eAfrika, gcina abantwana bayo, ukhokhele Nkosi inkokheli zayo, inike uxolo Nkosi iAfrika. All this we beg in your most holy name. Amen. You may all be seated. Honorable members, welcome in the official sitting of this House. The business of the day, as you would know, it's a hybrid sitting, And the idea is that some members are virtual and other members are here. So this is the members that are in the chamber will speak using their microphones here, and they will thus not have their devices switched on because they are live here in the chamber. And I would like to request that honorable members do not log in with their devices for this purpose. And the honorable members that are on the virtual platform, as you know that when you wish to raise any matter, you lift your hand in terms of the virtual sittings in directives that we have adopted here as this chamber. So as the House rules, any other person that is part of this meeting, being an observer or otherwise, yours is a guest, including the members of the media. We know we've been working together since we started the virtual sittings. So please do not disappoint us today. Just continue to be a good partner as the members of the Fourth Estate. So we appreciate your presence and your participation all the time. Honorable members, for the sitting here now, we've got the interpellations and let me just see if this, we've got interpellations, and the first interpellation in terms of the order is the interpellation to the Minister of Community Safety. Let me just look at this now. Order, honorable members. As I indicated, I recognize the minister.
Good afternoon, Speaker. And I want to say thank you to the Honourable Teko for the question. It's a very important question because he seems to be sometimes in the front line of these type of law enforcement issues. So this is the answer I received because it pertains to the law enforcement of officers based in the city. And the City of Cape Town informs me as follows, that the City of Cape Town law enforcement, the Metro Police, the traffic services are intended to act in support of the South African Police Services, which is the lead agency in fighting crime in the province. The city's enforcement services have been engaging in operations to curb land invasions and protest actions, as well as gang-related crime. The city's enforcement agencies, Honourable Speaker, are committed to prioritizing the safety of its residents in Cape Town with the limits of its resources and within its limits of the resources and the mandate. And it's important to note that for all these exercises, a joint operational plan is developed together with the police, with the South African Police Services, where they take the lead with our Metro Police, with our traffic, and our provincial traffic, because we sometimes forget about our provincial traffic. The city's law enforcement advancement plan, the LEAP, has been operational since its launch in February 2020. The LEAP officers have made 208 arrests from March to July 2020. And for various offences, including drug possession and dealing in drugs, which is a large contributor to gang violence. The city's gang and drug task team have affected a total of 300. They've effected a total of 395 arrests from July 2019 to June 2020 for drug-related and firearm-related crimes, as well as general arrests. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Teko.
Thank you.
When it comes to combating violent crimes related to gang violence, the police and law enforcement officers in the province have failed dismally, even to this day, they continue to fail the people. Those responsible.
Point of order. Point of order.
Honorable
Yeah,
Minister,
I can't
what,
hear. We
what
can't hear. There's a echoing sound. We can't hear what the honorable member is saying.
all right. Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I just request that all the honorable members who are not speaking to switch their microphones off. But for the purposes of the member who's on the platform now, Minister, you may now take your seat. I'll direct the IT team to deal with the matter.
In course.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Honorable Clerk, I'll give you a minute because it has now been disrupted by that point of order. You may please proceed.
Thanks. Should I start afresh or I just go?
Yes, please start afresh.
All right. No, I was saying, Speaker, that when it comes to the echo is still there. So
It's still there.
Yeah, still there.
Okay. Now let us just pause for a moment. I will request that the honorable members, with your indulgence, you allow us to try and resolve this. It's a IT glitch which we'll deal with. It's just gonna take a minute or so. Honorable members, order. Will you now confirm whether or not it is fine?
all right. I think it's better now.
All right. Now you may please proceed, Honorable Clerk.
Thank you, sir. I was saying, when it comes to the combating of violent crime related to gang violence and turf wars, the police and law enforcement officers in the province have failed dismally, and even to this day, they continue to fail the people. Those responsible to come up with strategy to fighting crime in the townships are also sitting in their offices doing nothing. If we look at the township of Delft alone, in June, there were 15 killings as a result of gang violence. The following month of July, on the 15th of July, there were 12 more people that were killed under the same similar circumstances. Earlier this year, late in February, a 30-year-old pregnant woman was shot and killed in her home in Pontieville, relating to gang shootings in the area. Fast forwarding to that, early in July, a 9-year-old girl, Galen Kipido, was also shot and killed during gang violence shooting in Raifontein. Few days later, in the same month, a 3-year-old girl was shot and killed in a similar circumstances in Esterrefier. The majority of lives that are being lost in these gang-related shootings are those of innocent children and women who have absolutely nothing to do with gangsterism and these activities. These gang wars and shootings have become uninterrupted activities because in all of them, there is no police visibility and presence. So the question that we are asking, that what has our department done to assist community policing forums in these communities and to make sure that there is visibility of police and law enforcement officers in these communities? What has the department done to address the issues of police and law enforcement infrastructure challenges in these communities, such as shortage of police vehicles and as well as shortage of staff? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. When you've got 3 minutes, you don't want all of them. When you've got 1 minute, you want more. And goes on. Now, honorable members, I recognize Honorable Allen. Honorable Allen.
Speaker, are you able to hear me?
You're like you are in a tin somewhere. But we can hear you. You may proceed, Honorable Allen.
Hi, Speaker.
Please proceed, Honorable Allen.
Proceed.
Speaker,
Honorable
are you able
Allen.
to hear me?
If the members can't hear you, they will say so. I think for now we can hear you. Please proceed, Honorable Allen.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, towards the beginning of 2019, for residents in Provincial, in the city of Cape Town, it was a nightmare. Gunshots went off in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. Most days for more than 4 times. But something has changed. This is because the dear-run city of Cape Town deployed 100 law enforcement officers through an initiative called the Neighborhood Safety Team. This initiative, a collaboration between the DA city and provincial government, showed that it is possible to turn the tide on horrifying gang-related murders and violence that seemed insurmountable. So, Speaker, through you to the Minister, the illicit drug trade has a strong link in the ongoing surge of violence and organized crime in the Western Cape, and has claimed not only lives but the livelihoods of many. Seeing that despite repeated calls, we are unfortunately awaiting for an impact assessment on SAPS's anti-drug strategy. However, the aim of the Western Cape Safety Plan, which is to halve the murder rate in the 10 hotspot areas, I wanted to check from the Minister if he is able to provide information on how does the safety plan aim to address gang fights and turf wars, and also details around the violence prevention arm of the safety plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the question is, what role has law enforcement officers played in the province in eradicating gang violence? Now, as the Minister has pointed out, there is a gang task team, a city gang task team, law enforcement officers. Now, what Member Allen is saying, that the law enforcement officers that were deployed in Bonteheuwel, 100 of them, that is not practical in the entire province. You cannot do that. But I'm asking, there is a dedicated task team, gang task team. What are they doing? And I know it's a joint operation with SAPS, the Metro, and all of these agencies. But I want to know, that task team, are they dedicated just for gang violence? Because it seems to me that the gang violence is not subsiding. What I also know, and I don't know if the Minister knows this offhand, how many law enforcement officers belongs to that task team, and what is their primary role? Is it to just to assist police, or have own operations when it comes to eradicating gang violence? Because we know today it's in Bonteheuwel, tomorrow it's in Hanover Park, then it's in Manenberg, and then it's in Lenteghy, and it goes on and on. It seems to me that we cannot get a handle on these gangsters. They're outsmarting law enforcement agencies. People are getting killed in crossfire. We must read day in and day out of young children being killed in Lavendale and crossfire. So I want to know from the Minister, what is the plan? I mean, we have a safety plan in the province, but this question is specifically the law enforcement officers of the city of Cape Town, I believe, but I want to know, how big is that team, that gang task team, and what are they doing? Are they just concentrating on gang violence? Because in
Thank
conspiracy of
you,
gang violence,
Honorable
we are not
Christian.
winning, we are losing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we have seen the recent crime stats released by SARS. One thing is for sure, the hard work of the police is starting to pay off. We have to commend the hard work of the Provincial Police Commissioner, who works under a strenuous environment of endless criticism from the same provincial government that is supposed to play an oversight role. We have always maintained that these law enforcement officers, as well as the Metro Police, must operate under the SAPS command so that they can be used optimally and efficiently in the fight against gangs and drugs. The Premier and MEC are on record committing to this, but to this day, the law enforcement remains an army of JP Smith. As we speak, Khayelitsha resembles a war zone, with gangs killing each other on a daily basis over protection fees for businesses. But not a single law enforcement officer has been deployed to fight this scourge. The only time you see them is when they are going to demolish people's homes. And this is found correctly, Speaker, in the first response of the MEC, when you see that what is prioritized in this setup of the law enforcement in the city is evictions, is evictions and making sure that there are no land invasions. In this regard, I wish to reiterate our calls on these officers to operate under the SAPS command that will all act with agency to build a single police service. Can the MEC promise this House that as part of conducting oversight over law enforcement by this Parliament, the Chief Director of the Law Enforcement will be required to annually present its report to the Standing Committee on Community Safety? This will enable us, Speaker, to do exactly what the Premier promised when he said, and when he was launching the safety plan, to say that from time to time we'll go back and check and see if what we have put in place is working or not. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Tlaiko.
Thank you, Speaker. The National Minister of Police released the 2019-2020 quarterly crime statistics covering the period 1st of April 2019 to the 31st of March 2020. At that time, when these statistics were released, with regards to the crime stats involving gang violence, the MEC, or the Minister of Community Safety, responded in saying that the Western Cape is investigating a number of programs in an interview to prevent gang violence in our society. So what we want to understand is that what programs was the minister referring to? If he can be able to mention at least one program that we would be able to understand in telling us how will the community safety be effective in terms of reducing gang-related crimes in the provinces. And then furthermore, the MEC said that the key to our province's efforts is to reduce crime by deploying safety resources. Now, what we want to understand is that where are these safety resources being deployed and when? Because it talks about when they are needed. In all these townships, I have mentioned before, safety resources and are needed. The question that we are asking is that why there are only 2 cameras in the crime hotspot called Delft area. And whereas they have in the past 2 years been calling for more cameras to be installed in order to assist the police to capture these gang violent incidents and respond to them quickly and effectively. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaiko. Honorable Minister, the podium is now yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There's an echo.
You may proceed, Honorable Minister.
So I really want to say thank you for the debate. Specifically asking us what we're doing. And I find it very interesting from my honorable colleagues asking some of these questions. I think it's quite very good questions. Let me start with the honorable Keko. He asked what are all these law enforcement officers. Let me just make this point abundantly clear, honorable honorable Speaker. The law enforcement officers will always operate firstly in joint planning with SAPS as the lead agency, and I've said that. And secondly, they will always be subject to the command and control in a particular operation of SAPS. So it's SAPS as Metro Police, it's the law enforcement, as I said, it's the traffic department and it's provincial traffic. So you have the city's traffic and provincial traffic, all of them under the SAPS command. And by the way, in some instances we've seen, we also have the South African National Defence Force. So they're always under, there's nothing. And you know, the one issue that I hear, and I'm going to answer all the questions directly, if you don't mind, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Speaker, is that, you know, the very people who's asking us what these law enforcement officers are doing are sometimes at the front of arranging invasions, illegal land invasions, and that's a crime. So that our officers must respond to that. In the meantime, the gangsters are enjoying it on the other hand, because then they can go on as they want, because everyone is running to that side. And the poor provincial commissioner, and I want to just for the record state that the Honorable Kama was saying, we have an excellent working relation. In fact, yesterday we met with the national commissioners, Sitoli. We met with the provincial commissioner. We met with a number of generals, head of intelligence, head of all these other programs in the police. And the point I want to make here, Honorable Deputies, Honorable Speaker, is that we have in fact raised exactly the issue of resources. We raised the issue, why do we only have 4 POPs units in this province, while other provinces have 6 to 7 POPs units, where the kind of land invasions is not happening to the extent that's happening here. So that our gang unit, our anti-gang unit, can focus on gangs. But let me make the other point, and I like the question that the Honorable Alan was asking. The Honorable Alan is saying, stop just doing the policing side.
What to go is a waste of time. So don't try absolute Standard Bank. Standard Bank.
Order, Honorable Minister. I don't know who's advertising a bank somewhere there. But Honorable Minister, I wish you to proceed, and if this disturbance continues, we'll deal with that.
Thank you. So, Honorable, how are we stop this force going into our gang areas and also, you know, subjecting people to kind of militarization? That must go on. And I think Bonteheuwel is a very good example where the stabilization of Bonteheuwel, the crime, the murder stopped completely in that area when we deployed the 100 neighborhood people in that, you know, the unit in that team. And what we, unfortunately, with COVID incoming, we saw again the first murder because the gangs are opportunists, you know, to taking that kind of gap. But let me say, a violence prevention program is going to be rolled out. In fact, tomorrow the first program is launched by the Chrysalis Youth Hub program. It's called the Chrysalis Youth Hub, Honorable Seko. I will also invite you, if it's possible, to the launch of the Chrysalis Youth Hub program that exactly speaks to crime prevention and violence prevention in all our gang areas. In fact, they're targeting 7 areas, 7 hotspot gang areas. The first that they are targeting, and we are then immediately after that looking at the 4 other areas. There are 11 areas. And those 11 areas will be our priority areas that will get all the resources for the crime prevention and the violence prevention program. And I want to say,
you need to wrap up, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister Shana Fernandez, all of them are working with us on this. I also just want to very quickly say,
your time is up, Honorable Minister.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes this specific interpellation. The next interpellation is again to the Minister of Community Safety by Honorable Kama. I recognize the Honorable Minister Fritz.
Of course, thank you very much, Speaker. The question that the Honorable Kama asked was whether councillors and members of the Michael committee can wear uniform. Now, just when you see the question, you know they can't. So, sometimes I wonder why we're asking these questions, because just you can't. The uniform of the Metro Police is worn by appointed officers under the Section 64C of the South African Police Services Act. And it's under that act that you can wear the uniform. The uniform of the Metro Police requires that a chest badge, there's a badge that you must wear on your chest. Sealed is displayed as well as rank identification, a name, a badge, and an appointment certificate in terms of Section 64G of the Act. And that's the only time you can wear. If you talk about those those tops that some of these councils are wearing, that's a different case. But there's a very specific thing with a badge that you must wear to be a Metro officer. Thank you, Chair, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and let me thank the MEC for the response. Just a bit disappointed that now
Point of
starting.
order, Mr. Chair. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order, Honorable Murray? Please take your seat, Honorable Kama.
Would the member please refrain from calling our minister, which is constitutionally deemed to be a minister, instead of MEC? MEC is for the other 8 provinces. Our constitution in the Western Cape refer to the executive as minister.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. That is not a point of order. Let the member proceed. That is a point for debate.
Thank you, Speaker. Without wasting any time, Speaker, in June, a picture of DA councillor in the city of Cape Town, Angus Mackenzie, made headlines. He was dressed in a city law enforcement jacket during a ride along with officers in Bonteville. Firstly, Angus is not a MECO member, let alone for safety, so he has no business wearing the uniform of law enforcement officers or to even give orders during operations. The above shows everything that is wrong about the attitude of the DA towards law enforcement officers. It clearly shows that as a province, we are paying millions through the safety plan to fund a private army of the DA and JP Smith and his cronies. The conduct of Angus was clearly unfair and constituted interference. It was clearly an abuse of power and contravened the code of conduct for councillors. While the ANC caucus in the city has taken up the matter, it is disappointing that the Premier and the MEC have been so quiet on the matter. Their silence can only show that the provincial government fully supports the unlawful conduct of Angus, as well as the attitude of JP Smith and his cronies towards the law enforcement officers. The action of Angus now proves beyond any reasonable doubt that through the safety plan, we are funding a private JP army which we used as and when he sees fit. In actual fact, Speaker, we're funding a DA police force which can be used and controlled by DA members. We therefore, Speaker, want to ask if that is not the case, the MEC and the Premier must take up the matter with their counterparts in the city. Over and above this, a criminal charge of impersonification must be opened against Angus. How far is the MEC willing to go? And as the MEC argues and reiterated in this sitting today, that the law enforcement officers will at all times work on joint operations and under the command of SAPS. Is the MEC saying today that all these activities, not only of wearing the uniform, but all these other activities illegal activities which the minister has, in some even went out to call against them. Is the minister now alleging that these happen under the command of SAPS? I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Allen.
Speaker, thank you so much. And although I note the question as posed by Honorable Kama, there has been a spate of reports regarding criminals impersonating police officers. Allow me to condemn those acts, and that SAPS should always have a concerted effort to track down those criminals impersonating SAPS officials, and that they may be brought to book. But not to entertain the comments made by the Honorable Kama, let me use this opportunity to, via you, Speaker, to the Minister on the tools. If the department, if the Minister can share some of the tools at his disposal to report policing inefficiencies, etc. But also, if he can touch on the outcomes of the Western Cape Provincial Ombudsman's presentation of the annual report, it will be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to ask the question that in the August, in June month, the 12th of the 6th month, it was dressed in city law enforcement jacket. DA Ward Councillor Angus Mackenzie accompanied officers during an operation in Bonteheuwel on Wednesday. That was reported by the Cape Argus. Now, hearing what Minister Fritz is saying, it's clear that he did not know about this or giving his answer. So I want to know, and Minister Fritz must come back to this House and explain to us, how is it possible that a ward councillor drive around with law enforcement officers, as the newspaper put it, accompanying with law enforcement officers wearing a jacket, not a badge, a jacket. So that's definitely in contravention, what the minister has pointed out, that's definitely in contravention with the Code of Conduct for Councillors, is what the minister explained. So I want to know, is the minister willing to investigate and also report back to this House what is the course of action? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, order. Thank you, Honorable Christians. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, you are audible, Honorable Kama. May proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the reasons why only law enforcement officers are by law required to wear uniform is against what the chair of the committee is raising, where people impersonify law enforcement officers in their criminal activities. But it is surprising that when this is raised now against a DA councillor, the chair changes the posture. We have every reason, Speaker, and expect the MEC and the Premier to be equally outraged by the warlord-like behavior of Councillor Angus Mackenzie, who is not only seen wearing part of the law enforcement uniform, but also illegally setting people in Bonteheuwel. One wonders, where did Angus get this uniform? Who authorized it? Guided by which law? When we took office, Speaker, in this 6th administration, the NEC assured the people of this province, the ANC assured the people of this province and this House that we will be a united, effective, vigilant, responsive, hardworking, and most importantly, Speaker, a constructive opposition. It is in honor of that commitment that we agreed with the MEC and the Premier when they said all should be discouraged from politicizing our fight against crime. the behavior of Angus, JP, and other DA members in relation to their interference with law enforcement operations not constitute politicizing of our fight against crime? What about the resolve of the DA to enforce its manifesto of having a provincial police force in the province against the prescripts of the law? Something which the people of this province must reject, Speaker. Speaker, without any oversight body like IPID or the Western Cape Police Ombudsman, the law enforcement structure and its operations are deliberately designed to suit the political agenda of the DA. It is either the DA government takes full responsibility and acknowledge that it is through its political will that the people of this province have been subjected to vigilante groups masquerading as law enforcement officers, or that we see a deliberate action from this government to call Angus and the clique to order and subject them to the necessary disciplinary processes. How can we expect criminals, clear, plain out criminals, not to impersonify subs or any other law enforcement officers when we keep quiet and say nothing, when our own who are supposed to lead are doing the very same thing? We ask Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I really want to say thank you to all the colleagues who took part in that interpellation and who made some of these points. I want to start off by saying I think we must welcome, and just hear me out, we must really welcome where instances where the city council of a particular ward would like to join with any group of people, go out into the streets of that community so that communities can see that the council is an active, member of, of that community, making sure that the things are happening, that the places are cleaned up, like we do cleaning up, like we do all the other stuff, but also in crime, going out. So I need to firstly say that. Wearing of the jacket and I don't know what the nature of the jacket is, but I want to say I am very, very prepared to investigate that. There's no, I don't know why I should cover up for anything. I don't have any reason to cover up for anything. So I will really go and investigate it and report back to the standing committee the findings of that investigation and find out, by the way, whether the internal investigations have been conducted of the city. We can't jump the loop. If I can find out from the Speaker of the city that there was a complaint, as the Honorable Kama stated, by the ANC in the city, that's the city. And in fact, a lot of these questions I sometimes think must be asked in the city to hold councillors accountable in the city. Of course, we have an oversight role, and we will conduct that and carry that oversight role out. So we will make some inquiries at the city where the investigation was conducted. If it wasn't conducted, then to institute an investigation or request the Speaker to investigate. And from there, we will also then see what and the report we get from there to come back to the standing committee. But I also want to say,
isn't the President in charge of this army?
Can you please keep quiet while I'm talking? I want to also say...
Order, honorable members. Honorable Minister, please take a seat. Honorable members, we have rules that govern the virtual meetings. We do not allow heckling, and that is the agreement of this House through a determination via my ruling in one of the sittings. So I'm requesting that we respect that. It's for all of us. Otherwise, we're gonna collapse these meetings. Honorable Minister, please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I also want to say, Mr. Kama, Honorable Kama's taking it to the extent that the DA's got a private army. We don't operate like the ANC. We don't have little private armies. We don't come with little private armies and invade land, and then we are in front of it, and we openly in front for the whole public to see. We operate within the law. And in that context, I will support the Honorable Kama in getting that investigation. I also just want to add what Honorable Allen was saying. It is so amazing the kind of work that we see coming out from the Ombudsman. Unfortunately, in the next one of the questions by Honorable Kama, we will see the role that the law enforcement officers are not at this point subject to our oversight and the oversight of the police ombudsman. But that is going to, we're trying to amend the act and to see that that becomes part, so that all forces are accountable. And I want to insist to the Honorable Kama that all law enforcement agencies are subject to the control and the command of SAPS on all the operations that they do. They do it as an integrated operation, as integrated forces. And on that ground, they have no fights with each other here at your level, where you call us private armies and that. So, Honorable Honorable Speaker, I just want to emphasize, sometimes we must really wake up, because sometimes I think when we dream about private armies, that's really a figment of our imagination. And I thank you on that note. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the interpellation. I now, at this stage, we're now moving to questions. The first question is by Honorable Dagmo to the Honorable Premier. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much. And so the answer to this question, which talks to inequality and imbalances, both of the past, but also now during COVID-19, the Western Cape's response to the COVID-19 pandemic has been all-encompassing, not just focusing on our healthcare services. Ours has been on an all-of-government approach, tackling all aspects of the pandemic, including food insecurity and hunger, and finding ways to support the economy in hotspots at times when it is most needed in order to protect jobs in this province. Our healthcare response has ensured that no matter where you come from in the province, you will receive the appropriate care if you test positive for COVID-19. Our response, and perhaps even later on in this process, not even if you test positive, if you're at risk, we would also then help you once we'd got past the peak. Our province has been world-class in this respect, Speaker, and patients at our hospitals and our field hospitals have received excellent medical care at the hands of the dedicated healthcare workers in this province. We have built field hospitals, testing and triage centers, and we have invested in technology in order to introduce high-flow nasal oxygen and other innovations to make sure that we get through this pandemic as best as we can and saving as many lives as possible. We have developed systems to protect those most at risk, including diabetics and the elderly, and delivered chronic medicines to patients at their homes. This is now in excess of 280,000 of our patients in this province, if they're at risk, receive their medical or their medication at home, whether they're elderly or have comorbidities, so that they don't have to go and stand in queues at our clinics. Our investment into the healthcare response will also benefit our healthcare system into the future. We've learned lessons, and we will also make sure that we keep those lessons. We can't slip back. That is my message within the administration at the moment. Take those innovations and lessons forward, which will benefit the people of this province. As part of our response, we also enabled South Africans to make use of our quarantine and isolation facilities if they weren't able to do it at home. Our entire response has cost the province billions of rands, and as this House knows, without receiving the adequate funding back from national government, but we've still gone ahead and spent the money as we've just gone through that budget process, the first part in that first COVID-19 adjustment budget. And we also know that this is going to have future impacts on our service delivery. The cuts that we're having to put in place definitely have to come from somewhere, and unfortunately they end up coming from frontline services. But as you know, even prior to COVID-19 coming about, we already had a focus in this province. Number one, is safe and cohesive communities. Number two, growth and jobs. Number three, empowering people. Number four, mobility and spatial transformation. And five, innovation and culture. And Speaker, I've spoken at length about these, and specifically, for example, the safety program, and both interpellations that we've just had have covered parts of that. The first 500 of these trained LEAP officers have been deployed throughout this lockdown. Obviously, during the hard lockdown, used to help SAPS and the military deal with lockdown policing. But of course, as lockdown has eased and we've seen crime spiking in our traditional areas again, where we were focusing on the murder hotspots, etc., we deployed back into those specific areas with regards to those officers. Also, most importantly, in order to address inequalities, economic opportunity and job creation, this province has worked hard to drive investment and economic development, to create jobs, to improve people's ability to earn a living and provide for themselves and grow value within their life. According to Stats SA Quarterly Employment Survey, the first quarter of this year, the Western Cape had the lowest official expanded unemployment numbers for the country, as well as the highest labour absorption rate. Stats SA, unfortunately, has delayed their latest quarterly labour force survey, which is supposed to come out 2 days ago, and we wait to see what those numbers look like now. But of course, they are going to reflect the hardships that have been created by lockdown. Statistical indications previously released by Stats SA have shown the drastic impact of the lockdown on food and beverage industry. The closure of our borders and the initial ban on local travel has also had a significant impact on our tourism industry. Our manufacturing data, also released, shows that 16.3% decline in manufacturing in June when compared to June 2019. And this in addition to the 49.3% decline recorded in April and the 32.4% decline in May. And so obviously these huge job losses in South Africa, but also in our province, is going to also have a massive impact on the ability of people to provide food and to provide sustainable futures for their families. I must say that we have requested meetings specifically with Minister Dlamini Zuma and Minister Mkhize to try and address these issues. Unfortunately, we have not received that, but what we did get, which I do appreciate, is Minister Mkhize putting out a gazette last week and Friday, which does promote different levels of lockdown, the risk-adjusted model, which is at the very least what we will be pushing for this weekend. We must also be mindful that our approach in this pandemic and the hotspot interventions have also included interventions into the economy and businesses to ensure that we could keep as many of them open as possible. But still, we understand that these implications are going to have long-lasting and a devastating effect on our system. Perhaps I also just want to say that in mitigating that risk of inequality, I must also speak to the continued work that Human Settlements has done throughout this pandemic, continued to deliver housing opportunities across the rural areas and city of our province. At the same time, also, I think, specifically recognize the role that the humanitarian work stream has played from Minister Fernandes through to Minister Schaefer. I think specifically the school feeding that continued through this time really did also make a big difference in mitigating risk specifically for communities that are highly at risk. And of course, this must continue. We need to get now the second pandemic, which is directly going to be affecting and actually making it worse than it was before, the vulnerable communities that have been part of those imbalances from the past. And so hopefully we get more of the economy open, an agreement for that this weekend, and we need actually the whole of South Africa, the whole of government and society to come together to put as much dedication and focus that we've seen into mitigating risks in COVID-19, putting that into making sure that we mitigate any further job losses, any further economic processes that deprive people of opportunities in our country. Severe numbers coming out at the moment, and we need to make sure that we mitigate that. And we actually would like to call on the Honourable Dugmore to please help us making sure that we get agreement across South Africa to actually focus on mitigation, on making sure that pandemic number 2, starvation, hunger and unemployment is addressed with the same kind of focus. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, I will give the first opportunity to Honorable Dagmo if he so wishes to put the follow-up question. I have not seen other hands. Yes. Or there are hands in the chamber, yes. It's going to be Honorable Dagmo, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition, and then Honorable Mackenzie, in that order. And Honorable Boyka afterwards.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for his response to the question. As a follow-up, I would like to ask, given his recognition of the inequalities in the health system that have emerged, that existed before the lockdown, and that have continued to be visible during the lockdown, is the Premier of the view that the move towards a national health insurance system will actually assist in dealing with the health inequalities that have become apparent during this lockdown? And if so, what steps will he actually take as the Premier of this province to ensure his support for the national initiative to build a national health insurance system in this country?
Thank you, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition for that question. I suppose they always tell you in politics you must, every time you ask a question, you should know what the answer is. And I presume he does know what the answer is, that definitely not. We do not support the NHI. And quite frankly, right now, the NHI was always unaffordable. If you looked at those original documents of the NHI, we need to be in excess of 3% GDP growth to even think about it. So no. But what I do want to say is that, and thinking about his question and the inequalities of the health system, and not necessarily the health system. I mean, we have the best health system out of any province in South Africa. But thinking about how the health system delivers healthcare specifically to people who are the most vulnerable. And I think this shows where not the NHI, but universal healthcare and partnerships are where we should be going, and what this government and this national government and this country should be focusing on. So, for example, let's look at Khayelitsha. And I mean, one of the newer investments in hospitals is in Khayelitsha. But what we did during this pandemic to make sure that the people of the Khayelitsha got the best healthcare that we could give, we entered into a partnership with Médecins Sans Frontières. And so the first temporary hospital delivered alongside Khayelitsha Hospital in our province during this pandemic was in Khayelitsha. It was at the Tusong Center. And I had the honor and privilege of being there at the beginning when it opened up. And I also had the honor and privilege of being there yesterday when it closed down. And of course, this shows you where you partner with private sector and NGOs, you actually find huge benefit. And that's what we've got to be doing. We partnered during this pandemic with the private sector with regards to extra beds and ICU facilities, etc. That is going to build a universal healthcare system where private sector and government partner together to find ways to deliver services that are in the best interests of the citizens. But let's get back to Khayelitsha. So on the beginning of June, when we opened that partnership facility, we also know that Khayelitsha, as one of the hotspot areas, and of course in the question we refer to hotspot areas, if you remember, it is where we saw some of the highest infection rates during this pandemic. In actual fact, after we opened that facility, which saved 241 lives during this pandemic, we had 2.5 weeks after opening that facility, our infection to population ratio in Khayelitsha was 588 to 100,000. And as of yesterday, we have managed to bring that down through the hotspot interventions. And I must thank every single person who was involved in that hotspot. It's not only the health response, and I know it's from even the speaker yourself, from members of the National Assembly, from councillors, from civil society, and from government, all getting involved in making sure we identify a hotspot and we focus on it to bring down those infections rates. We are now down to 16 active cases per 100,000, and slowed the curve so much so that from mostly hovering at the space of the second most infectious sub-region of the city, you will have a look, if you look at our dashboard now, how it has slipped way down in the infection ratings, and that 16 active cases per 100,000 must really be celebrated. And of course, this is how I want to take things forward and use the learnings of COVID-19 to really make differences in society, where you use that hotspot system of, first of all, reporting back into government, but also bringing everyone together to tackle the big issues going forward that specifically focus on inequalities, focus on economic opportunities, safety, and human dignity going forward in each of those specific areas. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, the Honorable Premier, for the response, and Member Dakma for such a very important question. Honorable Premier, during the response, you talked about what the Department of Education has done, and particularly when we talk about inequality and imbalance, one can talk about food distribution. I wanted to find out from the Premier, what has the department practically done when it comes to the feeding of children in the Western Cape, and comparatively to other provinces? Were they on par? Did we do more or less, particularly during this pandemic? Have you, under your government in this province, taking into account the inequality and the imbalances with regards to that? And secondly, and furthermore, Chairperson, on the dealing with the inequalities and imbalances, it requires billions of rands. And I know you've previously stated during a previous questions sector that the President was going to give you billions of rands. Have that money arrived, and how have you spent those billions? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. I now recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honorable Mackenzie for, should I say, the question, but there were two parts to it. I think, first of all, I mean, we do know that this lockdown process led to massive job losses, but also led to massive issues around food security. And here I recognize not only the Education Department, but also Minister Fernandes, who led that humanitarian group, along with Minister Marais and Minister Meyer. So obviously agriculture played a big role, but education too. And I remember, despite lots of pressure, people tried to stop the mechanism of feeding through schools. Now, the one thing that we do have is an effective and efficient school feeding system that feeds thousands and thousands of young people in our province every single day. And we stood our ground there. And I mean, you would have seen in a court case even that we were the only province that managed to get this right during this pandemic. Other provinces were then forced by court to get school feeding back up and running. But it went way further than school feeding, because it was also how the province responded in toto. And I think if anybody wants to just go and double check, go and have a look at the dashboard created. It's on our website. We've got obviously the coronavirus health dashboard, which shows you our response to the pandemic as a government from a health response point of view and infections, but also the second dashboard that really shows you the food security response, right down to parcels were delivered to whom, where and in which municipality, of course, which NPOs and NGOs and non-governmental organizations, which actually carried the biggest brunt and really stood up and supported governments in making sure that we step into the breach to help those most vulnerable. But Speaker, if you'll allow me, the real problem is going forward. It's not when we know it was a big issue during the lockdown, but the latest statistics show us that, number one, during the lockdown, the poorest 10% of our country lost 55% of the total number of jobs. In other words, in South Africa, the 3 million jobs that were lost, more than half of them come from the poorest 10% of South Africa. That again is going to lead to massive food security issues. The second one is that in the food security measurements that are coming out right now, that I will be taking to the President on Saturday, is that food insecure households that was at 25% of South Africa's population has now risen to 47% of South Africa's population. So food security is a massive issue going forward for us, and not only as the province but as a country. And so Speaker, obviously the question was around I think specifically looking at education, but I think across the board, what was done by government, but also what was done and achieved through coordination of this process alleviated much of the pressure within the system in communities. But the warning is still there that this is probably going to get worse as the next months and even years go forward, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Makamba Bocha, followed by, Honorable Makamba Bocha. Okay. That will be followed by Honorable Mackenzie in the chamber.
Thank you, and thank you to the Premier. The Premier has actually made a presentation on what the Western Cape government intends to address inequalities. But it is very strange and shocking that in all the provincial budgets that we dealt with recently, nothing was budgeted or even spoke on how the issue of overpopulated and dense communities will be addressed as a mitigating factor against the spread of COVID-19. At some stage, even the Minister of Human Settlement promised to move communities in dense areas such as Danone, Kosovo, and other areas. So what happened to that? Because nothing has happened. We're here now, but nothing of that nature has actually taken place. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Pocha.
Can I raise a point of order, Speaker?
What is your point of order, Honorable Dagmar?
I'm sorry to interrupt the Premier from his response to Honorable Makamba Bocha, but I wanted to say that in regard to this being my particular question and that we allowed 4 questions. Clearly, Member Mackenzie has if I'm correct, you've indicated that you're going to give him a second chance, whereas the initiator of this question, it is normally convention that I'm allowed to have the next follow-up before another member, Chair. So could you please consider that, because I definitely do have a follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable Dagmar. The rule that we've been using since we started with the virtual platform, the first follow-up goes to the member who has asked the question. And then afterwards, we recognize any other member who so wishes to put the question to the minister or the member of the executive. So in this case, I recognized the members who had their hands up. So your hand was not up, so I was not able to determine that prior to you raising your hand. So that is the order that we've been following. So I'm not changing any rule. I'm consistent with what we've been using since we started off. Thank you, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. I now recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and the Honourable Makamba Bocha for the question. I think, first of all, in the adjustment budget, you must remember that we're sitting at 5.5 billion rand spent thus far in the province, 5.3 billion. And of course, this is the first special adjustment budget. And the question that you asked specifically around human settlements, It is obviously much quicker to arrange a delivery of a medicine parcel or even to build a hospital, which we've learned to do in 4 weeks, than to build whole new human settlement decanting operations. And of course, I think for specifics, you'll need to ask the Minister of Human Settlements that question. But what I can say to you is that specifically the Department of Human Settlements have not allowed lockdown to slow any of their progress. They delivered over 400 houses across this province during that lockdown time, in the Overberg, in Stellenbosch, and in McGregor, as well as in the Forest Village development, many families coming from informal settlements. That's over 400 homes to 400 families in less than 200 days. But also understanding that specifically in Dunoon, that process is still ongoing, although I do know that Minister Simmers and the City of Cape Town are working very hard to make sure that we can actually get on site to develop the new decanting houses. It is being inundated with pressure at the moment from illegal occupiers trying to take that piece of land from those rightful citizens who are supposed to be getting that space, which is becoming very difficult to manage. And of course, these things do take a little bit longer in delivering a home versus delivering some of these other projects, but it is definitely still on track. For further detail and even the budgetary processes, which you will see now again in the second adjustment budget, which comes in, or could I say the normal adjustment budget day, which comes in November, you will see those numbers rectified once again. But I think for further and in-depth detail, you'll need to ask the Minister of Human Settlements. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, just before we I allow Honorable Mackenzie to speak, I see there is a hand from Honorable Kama. Is that a point of order, Honorable Kama, or you inadvertently placed your hand up?
Thank you, Speaker. And I don't mean to question your ruling, Speaker, on the order raised by Member Dagmore, but perhaps maybe need clarity so that I do not become at fault moving forward. I agree, Speaker, that in terms of the rules, you raise your hand and then you are recognized as the first person to ask a follow-up question. But I don't know whether it was you, Speaker, or the Deputy Speaker, that when we entered this platform, because other people might be using devices that do not have the hand function, it was then agreed that the first
Proceed, Honorable Kama. I need to hear you.
go up or not, and that has been the practice, Speaker. Are we now saying that it's a matter according to the rules as we do in the House, that you have to raise your question and perhaps wonder what happens when we do not have that function to Speaker?
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Now let me lower down your. I'm gonna lower your hands now. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. Honorable members, let me state this once again for clarity of all the honorable members. It has always been the practice since we entered the period for virtual sittings that the first opportunity for a follow-up, and that is once the minister has responded to your question or the member of the executive responds to your question, the first opportunity is for you as the member who have asked that question to put a follow-up, because you are the one who asked the question. And that has been the rule, and that actually is written in those, is written for any presiding officer here to be consistent with what we are dealing with. So that is not my ruling and Deputy Speaker's ruling or any other presiding officer's ruling. So that is the practice. Any other follow-up question that the member wishes to raise, you then have to lift your hand up, or indicate in the chat room, but neither the chat room nor the hand was raised by the leader of the opposition. And that concludes on this matter. So I'm closing this matter now. There's no further debate on it. And this is consistent with everything that we've been doing. I now recognize Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for his response earlier on. Honorable Speaker, it's been, I think it's now established common sense that to deal with inequality and imbalances of the past is a growing economy and individuals having jobs. And I want to find out from the Premier, what is the effect of the current regulations or some of these bizarre regulations on the Western Cape economy in the province trying to deal with inequality and imbalances, and what should be done, particularly of those regulations or other legislation impeding on his government's ability to deal with inequalities and imbalances of the past. Furthermore, noting that corruption, it's the biggest impediment of dealing with inequalities and imbalances of the past. And how would you comparatively share with us in this chamber compared to other provinces? How have we fared during this coronavirus period, particularly when it comes to PPEs? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Member for the question. I think, first of all, I'll start with the second part first around PPE. And, obviously we have led in this process of making our PPE procurement, price, company, etc., open to the public for scrutiny. And I know that a number of questions have gone through to the Treasury. So hopefully what that does is it teaches us, so when next month, when we put out the next lot, we might have some more detail and more information. And hopefully, again, we can never guarantee that we are corruption free, but at least these processes are a first for our country and showcasing what we're doing to show light on where the problems lie. We've seen that in other parts of the country, it's almost been a free-for-all, a feeding frenzy around PPE, and hopefully we see some people jailed pretty quickly that have been involved in these corrupt activities, and also that the learnings that we've put in place actually get accepted into other provinces. I know that we have just finished in a discussion with the Gauteng administration. Premier Makura wants to put in a very similar system to what we've done, as well as the lifestyle audits, and we've also been engaging with him on the lifestyle audits because he's also going to be doing the same thing, and that's welcomed because I think our big problem in South Africa is that corruption has become the sort of #1 pastime, and there's much more focus on people feeding their own pockets rather than helping the citizens of this country. And if we can help in other ways, that we create transparency and we get people who are involved in this corruption put behind bars, it'll definitely make for a better country. Then also specifically around the impact of the lockdown, and we always know and we always knew that a lockdown was there for one purpose: get your health response ready during this lockdown, and then we can start to find the balance between fighting the virus as well as enabling your economy again, because lockdown stops the economy. And I mean, specifically, the question was around this province, but I'll start first of all with the 3 million people who lost their jobs during lockdown thus far in South Africa, most of them being women. That is really a massive indictment, and that's why we think that we've got to be opening up the economy far quicker. And my pitch on Saturday and already to the President is that we have a health response in place. We know it's not back to normal, but it's back to the new normal, safely opening our businesses. But the direct impact, what the member asks about our province and what we have thus far is our tourism economy. We've lost 104,504 jobs thus far. Our informal sector, which is really a critical sector and again impacts specifically on the poorest of the poor. we've lost 38,276 employment opportunities in the informal sector. The construction sector, we already knew they were in deep, deep trouble because we were in junk status. Our economy was failing because of, if the Honourable Member Doug Moore knows about his first question that he got to ask, which was around NHI. NHI, expropriation without compensation, some of the really crazy policies that have been pushed year after year after year in our country, pushing our economic growth down and down and down, already at junk status, and of course now this pandemic pushing us really further over the edge. And the construction industry, part of that was really hit very hard prior to this, and now we've lost a further 41,000 jobs in the construction industry space. So definitely the prolonged lockdown has been hugely detrimental to the economic well-being of the citizens of our province, and that's why we're saying our health response is in place. We've flattened the curve. We need to be responsible, but we need to actually now open up the economy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable members, then that concludes the first question. That's the question to the Premier. Now the next question is by Honourable Christians to the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities. Honourable Minister Menier, I recognize you, sir.
Honourable Minister Menier, I recognize you. It seems Minister Menier is not with us. He's here. Minister Menier, can you unmute yourself? You are still on mute. Please try again. No, there's still a technical challenge with Minister Menier. Can we? Okay, maybe it will help if you can switch off and reconnect again. That can maybe assist us to unmute you. Okay, honourable members, if you can bear with us for some few seconds to allow Minister to reconnect again so that we can continue with the second question. Okay, I don't know if we should continue. Seems it's going to take some time. Can we maybe give Minister Menier about 2 minutes to see if we can? Are you okay? Can we hear you now, Minister Menier? No, it's still the challenge. While we sort out the problem with Minister Menier, can I suggest that we continue with question number 5? Sorry, the question 5 is. It's me. Can we take question 6? Because question 3 is still Minister Menier. And then question 5, it's going to be stand over So it's over to Minister Mbombo. Minister Mbombo, I recognize you for the question from Member Makamba Boja. Minister Mbombo. Minister also is not with us. Can I suggest that maybe through the table staff, we take about 2 minutes break to see if we can get all ministers to be on a standby as we have technical challenges. And thank you very much, members.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you.
Okay, I recognize you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I do apologize for the challenge with connectivity. I was in full flight delivering my response when you called me to order. So let me begin again. Chairperson, with the announcement, obviously, of the national lockdown on the 26th of March 2020, many businesses, especially small businesses, of course, were forced to close. And during this period and throughout the alert level restrictions, my department has been working hard to support business, again, especially small business, to open safely and responsibly so that we can save jobs and save the economy in the Western Cape. And where we thought certain sectors should and could open safely and responsibly under the risk-adjusted approach, we have worked hard to engage with national government to allow these sectors to open. And many of our recommendations were included in those amended regulations, particularly in relation to e-commerce, in construction, and in tourism, which have to some extent been opened. And our most recent success, of course, was getting the tourism accommodation for leisure open for travel within provinces in the Western Cape. But in addition to our efforts to open the economy, we have also taken a number of steps to support business, especially small business, through the COVID-19 crisis. We, of course, have set up a COVID-19 content center together with our partners at Wesgro and the City of Cape Town to provide support and advice to businesses. We have launched our COVID-19 support finder, which helps businesses navigate and access the financial relief packages which may be available to them. We have launched an app for entrepreneurs to assist businesses to start, to scale up, and to grow. And of course, our red tape reduction unit has assisted businesses navigate the sometimes very complex new regulatory environment. And I think the department has achieved considerable success. If you step back, 146,000 visitors have used our support business website. 2,674 queries have been dealt with by the COVID-19 Content Center. 6,900 businesses have used our COVID-19 Support Finder, and over 1,248 queries have been dealt with by the red tape reduction unit. We've gone further, particularly in the tourism sector, which has been hit hard, by launching a tourism product development fund, which commits a total of about 5 million rand to support new or existing tourism products and experiences in our province. And we've launched a 5-part weekly webinar series for the tourism sector that provides support and advice to business on opening safely during the COVID-19 pandemic. But Chairperson, we've gone further. We've worked hard to ensure that all employers and employees implement and adhere to the critical safety measures to stop the spread of COVID-19 in the workplace. We've made available health guidelines and information materials on preventing and managing COVID-19 infections in the workplace. We've assisted businesses find PPE suppliers through our PPE marketplace. We've provided employees with frequently asked questions that advise them on how to stay safe in the workplace. And we've provided employees and customers with a mechanism to report businesses that are not following the necessary health guidelines to stop the spread of the virus in the workplace. And to date, we've received about 1,373 complaints, of which 1,122 have been resolved. And finally, of course, we've been distributing or in the process of distributing 11,000 COVID-19 business safety kits to small businesses and informal traders across the Western Cape. The Speaker also, Chairperson, I beg your pardon, in the Special Adjustments budget, we announced an additional 14 million rand to assist businesses, 3 million rand to occupation and health and safety programs, 9 million rand to an SME COVID-19 relief and recovery fund, 2 million rand to a small business supplier developer program, which will support 20 small businesses manufacturing cloth masks, hand sanitizers, and dispensers. 2 million rand to a community economic recovery project to stimulate the informal economy and support especially spaza shops. So we have worked hard to support business, including the small businesses who have been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are going to continue to support those businesses as we face the second pandemic of unemployment in the Western Cape. That is why last week, having recognized that our healthcare system remains stable and we are able to ensure access to health facilities for all COVID-19 patients, the Western Cape Cabinet agreed that our approach would be that all businesses who can open safely should be allowed to do so in the Western Cape. And that's precisely what the Premier referred to. He will be taking responsibility to engage with the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Nkosazana Zuma, as well as the Minister of Health, Zweli Mkhize, so that we can further open up the economy in a way that's safe and responsible, and in a way that saves jobs and saves the economy in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I recognize Honorable Christians for the follow-up for his question. Honorable Christian?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister and his department for what they are doing. Chairperson, if the Minister saw in the question, I've put what they have done to assist small business that closed down. Now, when you go to to places, you see just their doors is closed and they're not going to open again. So there's a lot of small businesses that has closed down completely, and I wonder, those guys are really in trouble. It's just I saw also in an article that SMEs are facing severe financial difficulties through the lockdown, and it's estimated by the Yaku Small Business Recovery Monitor, so that small and medium-sized businesses turnover has dropped from 72% to 60% versus pre-COVID-19. So I appreciate what the Minister said, but I would also want the Minister just to elaborate on those small businesses that, we heard of many businesses that's never going to open again. And it means that, people is unemployed, and it means that the unemployment rate is then growing. So thank you for that, Minister, if you can just elaborate on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Christian. Minister, over to you.
Chairperson, our general approach is to assist all businesses, including those that have closed down. If we can assist, we will. Those that are sort of on the brink, we stand ready to assist them with the systems and mechanisms that I have set out, including assistance where possible through our relief and recovery fund, where I have, of course, allocated an additional 9 million rand to the relief and recovery fund. So we stand ready, and I can assure the honourable member to support all businesses, especially small businesses who are in distress in the Western Cape. And if we can assist a small business that has closed down, but has the potential to recover, we stand ready to support that small business here in the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Minister Mainir. I recognize Member Bartman. After Member Bartman, I recognize Member Nkondlo. Member Bartman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to ask the Minister, the UIF TERS payments from the National Labour Department, in terms of when you apply in terms of payments to your employees at your small business, the May applications opened late, the June applications opened late, and the July applications are not even open yet. Of the June applications, only 40% of the small businesses who applied have already received payment, and 64% of those have not even received payment in full. Have any small businesses contacted your department regarding assistance regarding payment of UIF TERS? Because employees are not able to get their funding if the National Department of Labour does not pay out the funding through the UIF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honourable Member Nkondlo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, Member Nkondlo. Just take your seat a bit. I recognize Honourable Minister Mainir for the response.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Honourable Member is absolutely correct. The UIF TERS, or non-payment of UIF TERS, has compromised, I think, many small businesses' capacity to provide relief to employees. And the answer is yes, we have been approached by businesses to assist. And indeed, we have assisted businesses to apply for funds through, of course, our COVID content center, our COVID support finder, and of course, the red tape reduction unit. Where challenges, especially where those challenges relate to either non-payment or undue delays in payment, we have liaised directly with the relevant department in order to try to assist. And I am advised that to date, we have managed to assist I think approximately about 3,000 employees access UIF TERS payments in the Western Cape. There are obviously major systemic issues, and we causing either non-payment or undue delay in payment of UIF TERS, and we continue to assist business and to deal with the department so that we can get the UIF TERS payments out the door to distressed employees in the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker of the Day. I just wanted to check from the Minister in relation to the question that as we are sitting, can the department provide us with any information of the SMMEs that have closed down? Does the department have such data, where those businesses are, what type of businesses are those in terms of the different or the provincial economy, including if as part of the hotspot strategy, because I would pick up in one of the presentation minister and the department made in the ad hoc committee that indeed minister and the department is driving the economic response. And therefore, I'm interested if indeed in each of the hotspots, we can be able to get that data from them of the businesses that, or small businesses that they've assisted in those hotspots per area, that has been declared. So my question is exactly if there is that particular data which can actually help us to understand what support over and above advising, facilitating between themselves and national government interventions. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Nkondlo. I recognize Honorable Minister Mainir.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am not aware, although I stand corrected, that there is detailed data in every hotspot about exactly which businesses have closed, but that is certainly a matter that I will inquire about from the department. But the department, of course, does conduct surveys of businesses, including small businesses. And so we do have some indicative data about the number and rate at which businesses have been closing in the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Minister Mainir. I now recognize Member Bartman.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Minister mentioned in his original answer that the Western Cape Department and Ministry have been assisting regarding submitting recommendations to the National Department on how to open up the economy again and through the lockdown regulations in order to assist small businesses as well as individuals. And I wanted to find out whether his department has engaged on the opening of title deeds offices, because that is also impacting on small businesses and individuals at the moment, because if you have a title deed, you have access to funding and you have access to being able to be on your property. And you have also access to sell, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize Minister Mainir.
Thank you, Chairperson. I can certainly confirm that we have worked on the whole question of the deeds office, which has been fairly regularly closed. We believe those closures are often unwarranted, and that, as the Honourable Member suggests, has been a significant, if you like, handbrake on the economy in the property and real estate sector in the Western Cape. And we have had extensive engagement on this issue. I have, for example, been in correspondence with the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Toka Didiza. My head of department, Soli Fari, has had several engagements with senior officials in the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and officials working on occupational health and safety have had regular engagements with the deeds office over the last 2 weeks. And of course, that's in addition to a whole range of engagements with sector bodies. I have to say, Chairperson, that it appears that we are finally moving in the right direction. I am aware that the minister, and I mean by that the national minister, Toka Didiza, has now released a statement where she has confirmed that she has been and has met the Chief Registrar of Deeds, that there's now a plan in place to ensure that the Deeds Office, to the extent that it can, remains open, and that the considerable backlog which has built up over the last couple of weeks is now dealt with. And some of those measures would include, for example, allocating work to examiners in their homes, ensuring that larger numbers of staff in the Deeds Office attend or show up at the office. And of course, there are also measures to ensure that the closure of the Deeds Office is minimized. So we think that we are moving in the right direction. We are obviously going to monitor process. Our department stands ready to assist in any way that we can, and we hope that this new plan to deal with the backlog in the Deeds Office, I think, succeeds and enables ultimately the property and real estate sector in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the questions for oral replies. Outstanding replies will be printed in the Hansard. We are now going to move on to the statements by the members. And I recognize the DA.
Thank you. Somebody coughing? Oh, sneezing. Okay.
Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. House Chairperson, it's just been over 10 weeks since the President committed himself to a differentiated approach, the varying levels of infections in different areas. This was to enable a risk-adjusted strategy that takes precautions but also preserve livelihoods. This announcement was much longer since the fence fair announcement and subsequent short change of 20 billion to fight COVID-19. But to date, the President has now given teeth to meaning. We find ourselves without a differentiated approach per region and no fund, only a national economy on full life support. Data shows that we have now passed the peak of the infections in the Western Cape with adequate capacity and stock to spare through a capable and transparent government. Speaker, I commend the Western Cape government for not wasting a day of the hard lockdown, especially in preparing its healthcare system for the peak of infections. I welcome the position undertaken by the Premier and the Cabinet, which aims to beat the second pandemic, the economic catastrophe, and provide a recovery plan that is currently gaining momentum. House Chairman, this is in the absence of the national government, which has monopolized the crisis through tenders for families, from presidential spokespersons to MECs and friends and premiers of friends of ANC-led provinces. This opportunity cost is in essence theft from taxpayers. House Chairperson, we have reached this position without the President's commitment and his promise of the differentiated approach to save both lives and livelihoods. We urgently call for the President to completely lift this lockdown to ensure people get back to work safely. House Chairperson, it might only be in light of the upcoming election that the President made those announcements, but it is not clear. What is clear that our current health crisis and state of public finances demands punishment at the polls for the suffering South Africans had to endure from the mismanagement of this crisis by the national government. In closing, Speaker, like House Chairperson, I'd like to take this opportunity to commend our female frontline workers for their effort during the last 5 months and extend a Happy Women's Month to women in our province in the recognition and despite the hardships they have to overcome on a daily basis. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize the ANC.
Chairperson, am I audible enough?
Yes, Honorable Member Lecker, we can hear you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The hypocrisy of the Democratic Alliance knows no bounds. In June, the DA asked the Public Protector, the Zondo Commission of Inquiry, as well as the Public Service Commission to investigate the ANC's cater deployment policy. Such is a defensive move and a tactical maneuver to deflect people's attention from the real corruption, cronyism, capture and cater deployment that is collapsing governance in this province and municipalities under the DA rule. There are endless examples of DA booty favoritism in the province. Former DA MP Tim Harris, the CEO of Westgrow, received a salary increase of nearly 1 million during the COVID-19 pandemic, which had severe impacts on the country and province. Donald Grant is the advisor to the Premier. Former Deputy Speaker Pete Pretorius was hired as a consultant for this legislature. When Paul Bowie resigned as the DA CEO, he got a cushy job created for him in the city of Cape Town. The most recent case is the appointment of the former DA MP Vusumzu Makwemu as the city's new ombudsman, a position he will hold for the next 5 years, where he has to act impartially and provide without any bias. How can one trust a former DA MP to be impartial and transparent when he investigates his own party? What one sees in the province is crass exploitation of the public purse to create jobs for former DA MPs who could not make it back to Parliament. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF condemns in the strongest terms the barbaric acts demonstrated by the South African police officials against a group of 50 peaceful protesters under the banner of #Josie Stellenbosch. The group was made up of student organizations, activists, and politicians who marched against the Stellenbosch mafia who ran the white monopoly. Amongst their demands were the expropriation of land without compensation, reparations, and the return of ex-miners, and the end to the white monopoly. However, despite demonstrating peaceful protest, the white mafia lapdogs in the form of South African police and municipal law enforcement officials came gun blazing. They used excessive force in the form of shooting the protesters with rubber bullets and manhandling others in a very brutal and violent manner, including women. As EFF, we find it shocking and quite amusing that whenever there are peaceful protests by Black people demanding justice, there's always a plethora of police officials present. However, when women and children are abused, raped, and killed, the very same police officials are nowhere to be found. Our police officials are institutionally designed to protect and act in the interest of the white mafia, as was the case during the colonial times and apartheid. Outside this task, they remain useless. There was no need to apply such excessive force against the protesters, because even the spokesperson of the community forum in the area did mention that there was no damage to property or cars as a result of these demonstrations to warrant such violent force from the police. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize the DA.
House Chairperson, I call on government to lift the blanket ban on the sale of alcohol tonight and to save jobs and livelihoods in the liquor industry. This ban is also killing jobs in the restaurant, printing, graphic design, and numerous other industries. This ban has also forced a large manufacturer of glass bottles to shelf its investment in a multi-million manufacturing plant. Not only is government driving away much needed international investors, we are hurting small entrepreneurs. The industry supports 35,000 township-based businesses. It is predicted that over 50 Western Cape restaurants will close, that the wine industry is facing a potential R1 billion loss of income, and that 18,000 jobs are on the line. Government actions are directly related to the predicted contraction of 8% in GDP this year. And yes, alcohol consumption has its risks. Yet there are many other aspects of life that also carry risks. Electricity, motor vehicles, and particularly knives all add to trauma cases in ICU wards. Yet
We all continue to use electricity, motorized vehicles, and knives on a daily basis. Why? Because the benefits far outweigh the risks associated with the use of these articles. A capable government provides clarity, certainty, and direction. A capable government improves people's lives. A capable government broadens the number of residents that respect the law. This ANC government is failing on all counts. I again call on government to turn around, to lift this ban on the sale of liquor tonight, and to help us rebuild our economy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize Good.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, today the provincial government issued a statement about its engagements with the National Police Commissioner and what it calls land invasion and protest. Once again, this government looks to criminalise poverty and turns to policing as its solution. It does so without any reference to its responsibility to address the shortage of housing and access to public land. Public land is owned by the people of South Africa, and the state has an obligation to use the public's land for public good. That different parcels of land happen to be in the custody of different spheres of government is simply an accident of history. Releasing land for housing, land reform, and land restitution are shared responsibilities across national, provincial, and local governments. As desperate land occupations escalate, we need to understand the roles that each sphere of government has played in the shortage of housing and land in cities. Apartheid denied access to cities and towns, but a massive RDP housing program in the democratic era sought to alleviate housing backlogs. Unfortunately, by the end of the Zuma administration, the delivery of housing nationally dropped to 40% of its earlier peaks. Declining delivery exacerbates the already massive housing backlog, and delayed release of land to build on are only fueling the situation. Last year, the Premier said his government will release its land for housing only if national government does so first. This absurdly childish position exposes the DA's attitude to housing specifically and land in general. Their governments refuse to contribute any funding from their coffers for housing development. They will only use the conditional grant from national government. If the DA will not spend money on housing, then the least they can do is make the land they control available to benefit homeless and landless South Africans. All of our governments have a responsibility to fix the housing crisis and landlessness. This responsibility includes releasing public land in response to urgent local needs. Posturing and making the release of public land conditional on another government doing so is reckless and is contributing to the conflict we're seeing daily. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize ACDP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I was shocked when a resident alerted me to fellow residents fearing unsafe stairs in various communities. Chairperson, when I researched the matter, I read articles like temporary scaffolding used as staircases at Manenberg council houses as a safety hazard. I also read residents' fear for unsafe stairs. Now, Chair, why I'm bringing this up, it's a city issue, but I want the Minister of Local Government, who's got an oversight role, to intervene and engage the city to address this urgent matter. The staircases, it's not only a problem in Manenberg, but also in other areas as well. These staircases, it's all city stock. A resident said that the structure currently erected is about in four locations, and the problem is this is unsafe. We're playing with the lives of our people, and the city's human settlements MACO member must be brought to book and explain why these flats were not serviced in time. Now people must walk on scaffolding to get to their houses. Chairperson, I just further want to say that these scaffolding, if there's not an urgent intervention, somebody is going to be injured and injured quite severely. So I ask the MEC for local government to intervene and address this matter urgently. It's not only in Manenberg, it's places like Lavendale, Retreat, Parkwood,
Honourable
and
Member.
Millerpark. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Christian. I now recognize the ANC. Honorable members, I recognize the ANC.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Lekel.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson.
I'm trying to get hold of Comrade Member Bakubaku. She indicated earlier on that they've got a load shedding in Milnerton. So I'm not sure where she is by right now.
Honorable Member, I think I heard her voice when you were talking. Can we try to give her a chance? Honorable Bagu Force, are you there?
Yes, I am, Chair. Thank you.
Go on, Honorable Member.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Member, I can hear you. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, as we mark the Women's Day 5 days ago, I want to propose that we give thought to many challenges experienced by women and young girls during this period. My thoughts and prayers are with the family of 22-year-old Cindy Swaram, who was last seen on Tuesday leaving Nyanga Police Station, where she worked as constable. Let's pray for her safe return. Not much focus has been given the impact of COVID-19 on women and young girls in the province. One example is the impact it had no livelihoods of single mothers trading in the formal sectors, which received no support from provincial government. As we also saw in the special budget adjustment, the provincial government has cut budget for sanitary dignity project at a time when many young women are in need of sanitary towels. The 2019-2020 police crime stats show that the Western Cape has 17 police stations in the top 30 stations for sexual assault. 13 of these are in the top 20, including areas like Mitchells Plain, Delft, Manningbeck, Mfuleni, and Kleinvlei. These are areas where we need more shelters for victim empowerment. The 21 million to operate 20 shelters for victims of crime is not enough to deal with the challenge of rising GBV in the Western Cape. To only have 4 operational stage 1 shelters during lockdown shows that this government doesn't appreciate the severity and magnitude of the crisis of GBV and femicide. I thank
Honorable
you,
Member. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Your time is up. Can you finish up the sentence? Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson Deirdre Bartman. Chairperson, Mr. Willem Adams, a new Laingsburg municipal official, was appointed as a PEO officer in Laingsburg on 1 July 2020 on post level 10. Mr. Adams, a former South African Police Service member who resigned, founded the Karoo Development Party and currently serves as the chairperson of the KOP in Laingsburg since 2016. Mr. Adams has no qualifications or experience to hold this position. Furthermore, he has always been in a political position, the chairperson of the current KOP and ANC coalition in Laingsburg. And at the Laingsburg Council meeting held on 24 March 2020, a proposal was put on the table to appoint Mr. Adams to the post of PEO. The proposal was supported by 3 DA councillors. The 3 councillors was opposed by 3 DA councillors and 1 councillor abstained. That particular councillor was actually also of the ANC. The speaker, Mr. Lowe, from the KOP party, wanted to cast his special vote, but objection was lodged by the DA councillors because the council was fully present. The proposal therefore lapsed and the decision had to be revoked. The DA councillors then further proposed an amendment that the post should be re-advertised. This was agreed to by the council, but never happened. Despite the decisions at the Laingsburg Council meeting, at a subsequent Laingsburg Council meeting, the Speaker then made a statement that he was to appoint Mr. Adams to the post without re-advertising the post or voting on it again. The DA councillor in Laingsburg, Ms. Potgieter, has since written to the Minister of Local Government in the province to request an investigation into the legality and validity of the process, including the new vote cast by the Speaker.
Honourable Member, 20 seconds left.
No problem. The fact that the appointment was not re-advertised, the conflict of interest and the absence of appropriate qualifications, and the post is not even on the municipal organogram. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Much. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus is extremely perturbed by the continued illegal land invasions in the Western Cape. The deliberate occupation of privately owned land, in particular, is a grave injustice and concern. I'm reminded of the private-owned land of Mrs. Irene Fisher, an 86-year-old colored pensioner whose private land in Philippi was invaded in 2013 and currently has over 60,000 squatters on her property. Since 2007 court's judgment, she's been awaiting for the city to compensate her for her loss, but to no avail. It is still an ongoing legal battle. It is heartbreaking to know that Section 25 of the Constitution is being raped and violated almost daily, and no end to this violation is in sight. My wish is that we will once again restore the rule of law and create a better protection to private landowners. The constitutional right of mere access to housing is no carte blanche for forceful and illegal occupation by anyone of privately owned land, especially occupation by foreign nationals.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize Al Jama. Okay. Is Honourable Member in the house? Okay. It seems Honourable Member is not in the house. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, what's up with the ANC in Eisner? The Municipal Public Accounts Committee impact are being established in councils in terms of Section 79 of the Municipal Structures Act. The purpose of these committees are to perform an oversight function on behalf of the council over the executive functionaries of the council. According to the DA's constituency head, Dr. Dion George, that he says that the DA is committed to ensuring that impacts are as strong as possible so that they can fulfill their important oversight function. He further states that when the DA was in government in Eisner, they made sure that the terms of reference contain the stipulation that the chairperson of impact must be an experienced councillor who has the necessary skills and expertise, and that chairperson shall be from the largest opposition party. As was the case, the ANC assumed the chairperson at the time. Therefore, it is with regret, Chairperson, that on the 6th of August 2020, the ANC in Eisner tabled a motion in the council to remove the DA councillor Michelle Wasserman as the chairperson of Impact. Dr. George further added that Councillor Michelle Wasserman, who was appointed to that role at the beginning of July 2020, is ideally suited for the position as she had been chairperson of the Finance and Governance Committee, a member of the Audit Committee, investigated the performance of municipalities for the South African Human Rights Commission, practiced as an advocate in the High Court of South Africa for 5 years and has been a councillor in the Knysna municipality for just under 6 years. So why are the ANC and its mayor removing Councillor Wasserman as impact
Honourable
chairperson?
member, your time is up. You can finish the sentence.
Is there perhaps a nefarious reason why the ANC remove a qualified and capable person, or an ulterior motive behind the haste to deliberately weaken impact?
Thank you very much, Honourable member.
Scrutiny. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 145.6, I now give one minister an opportunity to respond to member statements for not more than 5 minutes.
Honourable House Chair, Minister Simmers, can I start?
Over to you, Honourable Minister Simmers. You can go on.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, over the last few weeks, we have seen the persistent tit-for-tat by the Honourable Member Heron and his party leadership, consistently emphasising that our provincial government needs to release land for human settlements instead of asking nationally owned the Department for a portion of land. I would just like to put the record straight, Honourable House Chair, that firstly, from the provincial government's perspective, our department has made more than 365 hectares of land available for integrated human settlements development, which will yield in excess of 20,000 residential housing opportunities for individuals covering different income groups across this entire province. Similarly, much of the municipal and provincially owned land has already been prioritized in terms of municipal housing pipelines for future development. And we are also now looking and assisting municipalities is looking at the spatial development frameworks to plan for further integrated human settlement development. Madam House Chair, there are 15 parcels of land that could possibly yield at the moment 9,650 housing opportunities that has a total hectareage of 135.7 hectares. And the land parcels that I'm referring to has already been released, and the projects are at various stages of implementation on these 15 parcels of land. Some of these projects are already committed, and some are prioritized in terms of the provincial housing business plan. Furthermore, Madam Chair, and hence, this is why my department has consistently requested the National Department of Public Works for additional land, as per the announcement last October by the National Minister Patricia de Lille, of which only 3 has been released to various municipalities. And yet, those that she has highlighted that will be earmarked for housing for human settlements development, we are yet to receive the power of attorney so that we can certainly seek to address the injustices of the past. But as you can clearly see, Madam House Chair, we have committed our own land. Municipalities have committed their land. It's now time that the National Minister of the Department of Public Works put her money where her mouth is. People of the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that is the end of member statements. We now move to the notices of motion. I have been informed that in the Programming Authority meeting of 11th August 2020, it was resolved that political parties would submit the names of honourable members in the desired order of speaking, and who wish to move motions with notice in this sitting of the House. I will therefore recognize honourable members whose names have accordingly been submitted, alternating between the majority party and opposition parties. I now recognize Honourable Christians.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ACDP moves that this House debates the ongoing gang violence in our communities that takes the lives of innocent people. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members. I now recognize Honourable van der Westhuizen.
House Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move a motion with notice that this House debates the effects of the nationwide liquor ban on the wine and agriculture industry of the Western Cape. Furthermore, that this House recognizes that the ban will result in a potential 1 billion rand loss of income for the wine industry, and that it has put 18,000 jobs on the line. The ban has devastating effects, as 49% of our wines in the province are sold to the domestic market. I so move.
I'm going next week.
Honorable Member Dagmore, I recognize you.
Thank you very much, House Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I would like to move with notice that this House discusses the decision of the Western Cape Provincial Cabinet to call on the President to open the economy, including the lifting of the ban on the sale of alcohol, and to establish which stakeholders were consulted before this decision of the Provincial Cabinet was taken. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Notice taken. I now recognize Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, I hereby move with notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the House debates the impacts of the draconian measures taken by national government on the economy, which cost South Africans their jobs and is exasperated by the reoccurrence of load shedding this morning, which will result in many more job losses. I so move.
Thank you very much. Notice taken. I now recognize Honorable Bakufos. Honorable Member, you are on mute. Try to unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move motion with notice that this House debate the urgent need for full empowerment of women by this DA-run provincial government. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Notice taken. I now recognize again Honorable Dagmore.
Thank you very much, House Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I move with notice that this House discusses the outcomes of the lifestyle audits as announced by the Premier last week, given that no details were provided in the said announcement made by the Premier. I so move.
Notice taken, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Kaiko.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House should debate the Western Cape Provincial Government's acquisition of and procurement of personal protective equipment during the COVID-19 pandemic in South Africa. I so move. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Notice taken. I recognize you again, Honorable Kaiko.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House should debate the report outcome regarding the lifestyle audit concerning members of the Western Cape Provincial Government Executive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, that concludes notices of motion. Now we are going to deal with the motions without notice. Again, I've been informed that in the Programming Authority meeting of the 11th of August 2020, it was resolved that political parties would submit the names of honorable members in the desired order of speaking who wish to move motions without notice in the sitting of the House. I will therefore recognize honorable members whose names have accordingly been submitted, alternating between the majority party and opposition parties. I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, on behalf of the ACDP, I would like to extend our sincere condolences to the family of Traffic Officer Dion Sampson, age 46, who died on Friday night, the 7th of August, in the line of duty at the station roadblock in Khayelitsha. House Chairperson, Officer Sampson, while being part of an integrated operation with the South African Police Service, while doing his job, checking for license discs on vehicles, died a horrific death when he was ran over and dragged for nearly 200 meters before his body was forced out of position. Chairperson Officer Sampson leaves behind his wife and his children, Lucian, Lucian, Dane, and Liam, and Gemma, their daughter. Thank you.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
No.
If there's no objection, If there's no objection, I now recognize Honorable Maran.
Speaker, thanks and good afternoon. Speaker on behalf of the African National Congress. Motion without notice that this House notes with sadness the passing on of Duncan Davids, an EMS official from Witzenberg, who lost his life due to lung complications earlier this week. Notes further that Davids was a selfless employee who dedicated his life to save lives of Witzenberg people, and conveys condolences to his family, friends, and colleagues. I so move.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection, the motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Bartman.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House notes the passing of DA Councillor Rukhaya Meyer on 5 August 2020, a committed and passionate South African who worked tirelessly for the betterment of our community. Councillor Meyer at various times served as Laingsburg Deputy Mayor, as Speaker and Executive Mayor. She also served as an elected councillor from Laingsburg to the Central Karoo District Municipality and later as an MMC for the municipality. I move that this House extends our sincere condolences to her husband, Colin Meyer, and their children, and call on all public representatives to follow her glowing example of dedication to her community and honesty in government. I so move.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection, agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, on behalf of the Congolese Movement, African National Congress, motion without notice that this House commiserates with all family and friends of COVID-19 related victims and sends condolences to the loved ones of Worcester and Hex River Valley farmer Alexander Buti Kriel. So moved.
Honorable members, is there any objection to the motion? If there's no any objection, the motion is agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Michel.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the House extends its sincerest condolences to the family and loved ones of the late Cape Town Traffic Officer, Mr. Dion Sampson. Honorable Chairperson, Officer Dion Sampson was a valued member of the Cape Town Traffic Department for many years. Officer Sampson sadly passed away whilst on duty on the 7th of August 2020 as a result of a criminal act. Our thoughts and prayers are with his loved ones during this difficult time. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection, agreed to, and I now recognize Honorable Kama. Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go on, Honorable Member.
Thanks, Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House welcomes the support that is given to Azola Papu in celebration of his sixth birthday, that appreciation is sent to the SAPS public order police team that went to visit him and gave him gifts. Applaud that these police members went in a different police uniform than the one they would wear in a protest, as that gesture educates Azola that policing is not about a war against its people, but exists to enforce the laws of the Republic. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection, agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Allen.
House Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I without notice that this House extends sincere condolences to the family and friends of radio personality Bob Mabena. We will indeed miss his voice on the radio and entertainment and industry. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family, friends, and colleagues. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection, agreed to.
The objection is only that I don't know what he said because it was rambling.
Honorable Member Mare, you are not recognized. Honorable Mare, you are not recognized. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you,
If there's any objections, and I said yes, how can he not recognize me if I object?
You did not say objection, or you were talking, Honorable Member. There's no need for the motivation of objection.
Or not, if it was wobbled because the reception is so poor. So how are you going to rule on that? How can I say whether I accept it or not if I couldn't even understand what was said?
It's not an objection.
Honorable Member Mare, what is your objection? Now, is it the sound or the motion itself?
No, it's not the motion itself. I just said I wouldn't know whether I accept or not because it was garbled. We couldn't hear. The reception was so poor. So you say you don't recognize me.
Honorable Member, move where you can get the reception. I really sympathize with you. Maybe that will be easier for you, but we have to continue. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Sorry, House Chair. House Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Member.
No, to be honest, the problem is not with Member Mare. When Member Allen was speaking, your microphones were on, yours as a speaker, and then it resulted in an echo. We could not be able to hear anything he said. All what Honorable Mare is saying, that if he can be given a chance to say an audible thing so that we would know whether we object or we don't object, because we couldn't hear a thing.
Okay, Honorable Member, I will indulge you. Honorable Allen, can you do us the honors of repeating your motion, please?
Thank you so much, House Chairperson. I will repeat and go slowly. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House extends its sincere condolences to the family and friends of radio personality Bob Mabena. We will indeed miss his voice on the radio and presence in the entertainment and news industry. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family, friends, and colleagues. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion?
No objections.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House notes the urgency required to address the imbalances of the past, which contributes to gender-based violence, that the former system of governance has long made women of all races secondary citizens, and that all need to realize the importance of defending and championing the interest of women in all institutions of government and the commanding heights of our economy. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any objections to the motion? If there's no objection, it agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Makamba Buja.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the freedom fighters. I move without notice that the House knows with sadness the death of 19-year-old Osapio Zenani. Zenani was shot and killed last week by a 63-year-old Anthony Van Yersveld during a land protest in Kraaifontein. Her death comes at the time when the country celebrates the bravery of women in their fight against all forms of oppression and their deprivation of basic human rights such as the right to shelter. To this day, not much has changed on the side of women since the colonial and apartheid times. Black women continue to live in a male-dominated, racist and patriarchal society, in a nation and province where whites still regard Black people as subhuman and legal significance. Osipio's bravery and efforts which resulted in her death will not go in vain, as EFF will not be deterred and will continue to fight for land until we obtain it. May her soul rest in peace. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Van Vogel.
Chair, I move for notice that this council notes the COVID pandemic has passed the 100,000 mark with confirmed coronavirus infections in the province and that the Western Cape is well underway to pass the 5,000 death rate too. I so move. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection, agreed to, I now recognize Honorable Bartman.
Sorry, Chair, are there definitely any objection to that motion?
Sorry, Honorable Member?
This is Alan Windy. There's definitely an objection to that last motion.
Is there no objection to the motion?
Correct.
Of Honorable Member Van Vogel?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Okay, the motion will be printed on the order paper. I'm sorry, Honorable Member, I didn't hear you there. Let's continue with the motion. Honorable Member Bartman.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House notes the ruling of the Gauteng High Court on 11 August 2020 on the matter between the City of Cape Town and Minister of Energy and National Energy Regulator South Africa relating to the City of Cape Town's application for a Section 34 ministerial determination to allow the city to procure electricity from IPPs. Further notes, despite numerous attempts to engage national government on Section 34 approvals, that it has been sent back to the very same people and institutions who do not wish to cooperate in good faith and has effectively endorsed the deliberate lack of action by the National Minister of Energy and calls on the National Minister of Energy to approve the City of Cape Town's application to procure energy directly from IPPs. I so move.
Object.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. There is an objection to the motion. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House notes the Western Cape Police arrested 712 suspects over the weekend for various crimes.
Honorable Member, are you done? Or we lost you? Okay. Honorable Member Kama? It seems we lost Honorable Member Kama. We will come back to him because he didn't finish with his motion. We are now going to continue with Honorable Dagmore.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I would like to move without notice that this House commends the Premiers of Gauteng and the Eastern Cape for requesting the State Security Agency to conduct lifestyle audits of members of their respective executive councils. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion?
What does that got to do with us?
Object.
There is an objection to the motion. The
Yes,
motion will be
everything
You're in
printed
the wrong
on the
province,
order paper.
Dagmo.
Yes, everything to
I
do.
now
Something
recognize
like that.
Honorable Kama. Are you back?
Everything
Why don't they get independent bodies to do the audit?
Honorable members, you have behaved
Ask
so
your
well.
Because they
And
can
now let's
manipulate
stick
it.
to.
They can
Ask your
manipulate
premier in
it.
the cabinet.
They can manipulate
They
it.
don't
That's why.
trust the state security
Honorable
agencies.
members,
On a point of order, on a
Why
point of order,
honorable members,
worried about the audit?
on a point of order.
honorable member Dagmo, what's your point of order?
Chair, my point of order is that the rules related to these sessions have been made clear by the Speaker. There were clearly interjections which have been ruled as impermissible during these sessions by the Speaker in the rules that he's read out previously. MEC Bradell, Madigizela, MEC Fritz, as well as the Deputy Chief Whip have all interjected. I would like to move that as House Chairs, you request the Speaker to investigate the conduct of all of these members who, despite the clear ruling of the Speaker, have continued to make interjections during the session.
Object.
You are so petty.
Honorable member, I didn't hear any interjection from my side. I will investigate that, and then the next sitting will attend to that. Let's continue. And honorable members who interjected, maybe, can you make sure that you keep the decorum of the House and we stick to the rules that we set as the honorable members so that we can continue with the business of the day. Honorable Dagmo, can you start with a motion again so that we can be able to hear your motion?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and thank you for your ruling. On behalf of the ANC, I would like to move without notice that this House commends the Premiers of Gauteng and the Eastern Cape for requesting the State Security Agency to conduct lifestyle audits of members of their respective executive councils. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion, honorable members?
Object.
Thank you very much. The motion will be printed on the order paper. There is an objection. I continue with Honorable America.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I move without notice that this House extends its congratulations to the DA-led municipalities of Cape Town, Mossel Bay, Saldanha Bay, and the Swartland for their outstanding results in the recent Ratings Africa survey. The city achieved the highest rating amongst all metros in South Africa, scoring a 75 out of 100 on the Sustainability Index. Chairperson, with a score of 95 out of 100 on liquidity and its revenue collection rate of 95%, the highest in the country, this report collated by Ratings Africa determined that the management of financial affairs of the city of Cape Town are in excellent state. Chairperson, that the House further congratulates Mossel Bay as ranked the best municipality in the country with an index score of 76. Two other Western Cape municipalities also took second and third place, Saldanha with 74 and Swartland with 73 out of 100 respectively. Chairperson, this House further notes that these victories have been achieved for the benefit of all residents of the Western Cape. I so move. Thank you.
Object.
Thank you, honorable members. There is an objection to the motion. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Syed.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this House notes various interactions with civil society role players by members of this House that have taken place over the past 2 weeks to promote the role of gender justice as part of our celebration of our National Women's Day, like, for example, joint events between the Southern Suburbs Legal Advice Centre and the Women of Hope in Retreat, and the webinar hosted by the Siakwazi Youth Network. I so move.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no any objection agreed to, I now recognize Honorable Allen.
House Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House, I move without notice that this House notes that redress of past injustices remain a crucial constitutional obligation for all spheres of government to address. That this House further notes that real redress cannot be achieved through violence, vandalism, and the destruction of public property. And Speaker, House Chairperson, that we as a nation must engage in dialogue on our diverse histories, the difficult past, and chart a way forward through upholding our Constitution's imperatives, the rule of law, building social cohesion and trust through democratic processes. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion?
Yes.
I didn't hear that. Is there any objection?
Yes, there is an objection.
Okay. There's an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Syed.
Honorable House Chair, I move without notice that this House notes the temporary protection has now been given to the cultural heritage space in the Buka, and that developments that are tied to the gentrification of that particular area are basically now on hold, and that these gentrification aspects have been able to strangle the community's ethos, heritage, and cost of living. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection agreed to, I now recognize Honorable Maran.
Thanks, House Chair. House Chair, on behalf of the oldest liberation movement, the African National Congress, motion without notice that the House notes the corona pandemic is still very active in areas like Witzenberg, where schools and an old age home seriously had to bite the bullet lately. I so move.
We can't hear you, Chairperson. We can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection, let's move to Honorable Maran.
Again.
Honorable Philander, Honorable Philander, it's your turn.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move a motion without notice that this House notes the celebration of Women's Day on the 9th of August 2020, that we pay tribute to the struggle behind the commemoration of this day, that in this year we pay tribute to the females in frontline, those who continue to suffer under gender-based violence, and nonetheless commit support to women and wish them a happy Women's Month. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? Motion has been agreed to. Let's continue to with Honorable Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move without notice that this House notes a Cape Town taxi driver was arrested for murder after a traffic official inspected the taxi's license disc at the roadblock, and unexpectedly the taxi sped off, dragging Officer Dion Sampson 200 meters under the vehicle, and he unfortunately died on the scene. Heartfelt and sincere condolences to the family of the late Dion Sampson. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion?
No.
There's no objection agreed to. Let's try Honorable Kama again if he's back. Honorable Kama?
Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies for that. Chair, if you can give me guidance.
Honorable Kama? It's off. Honorable Kama?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so you are still on the motion. You didn't finish your motion. You were number 13 there. Can you go back to it so that you can finish it? And then we will continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move a motion without notice that the House notes the Western Cape Police arrested 712 suspects over the weekend for various crimes, including murder and attempted murder. Also notes that altogether 1,443 fines of 1.6 million were issued for breaking the Disaster Management Act, and commends the police for the sterling work done. I so move.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, is there any objection to the motion?
No.
Okay, there's no objection. Agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Philander.
House Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House congratulates Gift of the Givers on the celebration of the 38th birthday and extend its sincere appreciation for the effort and contribution in revamping Lentegee Psychiatric Hospital. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? There's no objection. Agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move a motion without notice that this House notes violence again broke out in Blokombos after Cape Town Metro Police evicted people from a land, and that demonstrations over the weekend saw a 19-year-old girl killed in a shooting, and calls on calm in all areas and to work with police to deal with transgressors. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion?
No.
There's no objection. Agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that the House extends a special vote of thanks to Vodacom for the 9 million rand donation towards support for the communication strategy for the Western Cape government in the fight against COVID-19. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection, motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Mvimbi.
Thank you very
Honorable
much.
Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move a motion without notice that the House notes that George Traffic Officer Jeneka Bergman was shot in the face with her own service pistol by a motorist on Friday, and she now is recovering in hospital. In this legislature, I would like to call upon that we bid and wish her a speedy recovery. I so move.
Any objection to the motion?
No.
There's no objection. Agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House congratulates the Premier for portraying the Western Cape government's value of transparency and accountability in the report released regarding the lifestyle orders for the executive in the Western Cape. Further note that the Western Cape is the first province to conduct lifestyle audits and urge other provinces to follow suit. I so move.
Objection. Objection.
There's an objection to the motion. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Leger. Honorable Leger, I recognize you. I now recognize Honorable Mvimbi. Will go back to Honorable Leger when he reconnects.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the legislature notes that at least 9 people died on Western Cape roads since over the long weekend that just ended. In the latest crash, 3 people were killed on Monday on the Toolbag and Wolseley Road, and 6 on Sunday night on R27 near Silver Stream. I so move.
Any objection to the motion?
No.
Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Syed.
Honorable House Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Member, I can hear you.
Okay, I move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this House notes that many schools experience serious problems with racism and racial profiling, and that even learners past and present are now standing up to denounce this pandemic, like at the Sachs High School in Cape Town, and that many learners, teachers, and parents are worried about the quality of education since so many weeks were lost during the lockdown and teachers are not trained to do home or distance schooling with new media, and calls on the education department in the province to gear up, prioritizing and to accelerate training with new technology. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion?
Objection, this is disjointed.
The motion has been objected. It will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the ANC, I move that the House notes that the Breda Valley municipality in Worcester is split over a long outstanding issue about tearing off certain roads in the township for poor and marginalized residents, like Avian Park, and also notes that it seems that this old vendetta between the well-off and well-to-do and well-heeled privileged residents, members of the leafy suburbs, and poor people of color is overheating again. I so move that the House notes that.
Objection.
Objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I want to move a motion without notice that the House notes the prevalence of missing women and children in the province, welcomes the renewed focus by SAP's leadership on strategies and more resources when dealing with missing people. Thanks all who helped to find Constable Sandy Swa Rum, who was missing since Tuesday in Nyanga. And ask all to help find a 3-year-old Anotando Mhlobo, who was last seen by his mother on the 10th of August in Hout Bay's Imizamo Yetu. And lastly, calls on the Provincial Department of Community Safety to assist the police in any way they can. I so move.
Is there an objection to the motion?
There's no objection to the motion, but there's an objection to the content, because we're already working for the police.
Is there an objection, Minister?
No objections.
Well, it's not object. It's not going to be as petty as the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Member. There's no objection. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Kama. I now recognize Honorable Ventfochel.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I can hear you, Honorable Member.
I move without notice that the House notes many health officers are amongst emergency staff who tested positive for the coronavirus, and that in George Hospital alone, 76 staff contracted the disease. We thank all who selfless continue to serve their communities in the most laudable ways despite the dreaded pandemic. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Is there an objection to the motion? If there's no objection on motion agreed to, I now recognize Honorable Teku.
Thanks, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the EFF without notice that the House notes that we are celebrating the National Women's Day, celebrated the National Women's Day on Sunday. This is despite their leadership, the hardship and endurance and victories. Women continue to be subjected to all forms of oppression and institutional abuse, from forceful sterilization, rape, and physical abuse and as well as murder. Their bravery inspires us, all of us. Let us all join hands in a fight to protect and embrace our women and implement laws and legislations and adopt a culture which accords with such a spirit. I so move.
Any objection to the motion? Motion agreed to. I now recognize Member Van Vogel.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the House notes the two-song emergency field hospital in Khayelitsha was closed after doctors without borders treated 241 COVID-19 patients there since mid-June. Also, note 23 virus-related deaths were recorded there. Further notes the equipment, including beds and oxygen tanks, are moved to hotspots in
Honorable
KwaZulu-Natal
Member.
and the Eastern Cape.
Honorable Member, can you start again? We can't hear you.
Yes, please.
Thank you,
Honorable-
Chair. I move without notice. Can you hear me, Chair?
I can hear you now. Go on.
Okay. I move without notice that the House notes the Tusong Emergency Field Hospital in Khayelitsha was closed after doctors without borders treated 241 COVID-19 patients there since mid-June. Also notes 23 virus-related deaths were recorded there. Further note the equipment, including beds and oxygen tanks, are moved to hospitals in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. And finally, thank these doctors for their selfless service during this difficult times. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection to the motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Africa's oldest liberation movement, the ANC, I move a motion without notice that this House notes the Western Cape Liquor Authority suspended 37 licenses for lockdown transgressors and calls on this authority to keep up the good work. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion?
No objection.
There's no objection. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move a motion without notice that this House notes the threats against especially councillors were reportedly made in areas where the DA loses the support of the public as part of its implosion at municipal level and condemn these deplorable actions. I so move.
Object.
Objection.
Objection to the motion. The motion will be printed on the order paper. And now recognize Honorable Dagmo.
Chair of committees, thank you very much. On behalf of the ANC, I would like to move this motion without notice that this House calls on the chairperson of the Legislature Standing Committee responsible for local government to urgently convene the committee as requested by Honourable Member Smith to investigate all the allegations against MEC Bradell and officials of this provincial government and to delay no further. I so move.
Object. As an objection to the motion, the motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Lily.
Thank you, Miss Chair, or House Chair.
Objection.
President. Before I speak,
What?
I move that this House reject the budget passed for human settlement led by the Devil's Alliance. I so move.
What's your motion?
We do not only object.
Is there any objection to the motion, honorable members?
Who's the
Objection.
Devil Alliance?
There is an objection to the motion. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Sayed.
Point of
order, Chair.
Speaker.
Point of order. Who's calling for point of order?
Thank you to Honorable Bongi.
It's Matigizela.
Honorable Minister Madigizela, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this does not qualify as a motion. I think the member must be educated on the parliamentary processes. You can either pass or reject the budget at a particular time. So this cannot be even considered as a motion.
Order.
Point of order.
That's a political
Okay.
Point of order.
Honorable Chief Whip of the majority party, is there a point of order?
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on Rule 60, which states that no member may reflect on a decision of the House taken less than 6 months previously, and therefore that proposed motion, we would argue, would need to be withdrawn.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member. Honorable Member, we will have to, Honorable, can I address Honorable Lily? Honorable Lily, are you on the line or did we lose you?
Yes, I am.
Honorable Lily, will have to withdraw your motion.
I can't withdraw it, Chair, on the basis
what rule,
that
Chair? On what rule?
the budget does not necessarily addressing the needs
Let her speak.
of those who are with houses, who are with no houses, Chair. So on that note, Chair, I stand by my motion. Here I'm representing the masses, Chair. I'm not.
You're not recognized.
You're not recognized.
Honorable members.
I won't speak, Chair, what the DA wants. I will speak.
Point of order.
Honorable Chief, Honorable Wenger, I recognize you.
Thank you, Madam House Chair. I think it is not procedural for an honourable member to interrupt you while you are trying to deliver a ruling on a point of order. And I'd ask that the honourable member respect you. I ask the honourable members refrain from interrupting members and the presiding officer. Thank you.
You have been doing that yourself.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the Rule 60, I'm going to read it. What does it say? It says, no member may reflect upon a statute passed by the House less than 6 months previously, except for the purpose of moving for its amendment or repeal. Now, Honorable Member Lily, is there any amendment or repeal to your motion?
Honorable Chairperson, just I think you have read Rule 61 instead of Rule 60.
Okay, I do have a book that says Rule 60. Which 61 did I read, Honorable Member? And I was talking to Honorable Lily. Can I get a response from Honorable Lily? Because it says it's either he amends or he resigned it on that motion.
Order, Chair.
Okay, there's no response from Honorable Lily, so it is out of order. It won't be printed on the order paper. Let's continue, honorable members.
Point of order, Chair.
Chairperson, I've raised an order and you did not acknowledge me.
Okay, Honorable Lecker, what was the point of order?
Thank you, House Chair. I think you really need to clarify whether you've read Rule 60 or Rule 61, because Member Zimbi pointed out to you that you've actually read a wrong rule. So in that regard, I'm asking you to do what is necessary and read properly a proper reference to what you are saying. Thank you.
Okay, can I read it and then after we can move forward? So the Rule 60 says, no member may reflect upon any decision of the House taken less than 6 months previously, except for the purpose of moving that the decision be amended or rescinded. So I asked the question to Honorable Member Lily, is he amending or rescinding the motion? So he did not respond.
Point
Now,
of order, Chair.
Honorable members, Honorable Lily, are you responding? Are you amending or rescinding the motion?
I'm rescinding the motion, Chair.
Listen, go on, Honorable Lily.
He just rescinded it.
You rescinded, Chair.
Chairperson, point of order.
Okay. Honorable Mireille Wenger.
Chairperson, point of order. Chair.
It's he has to move for its amendment or repeal.
How many chairs in the House?
You have done so.
So to read the rule as you have read, it's to move for the amendment or repeal, which the honourable member has failed to do.
The second time now.
Okay, honorable members, really we are not going to spend about 30 minutes to talk about the adjustment budget. And I know I carry you in the highest respect ever, and I know you respect the decorum of the House. So Honorable Lily has to amend or rescind the motion. That's what needs to happen so that we can continue to cover 59 motions without notice. So work with me so that we can have progress. Now, I'm asking the question to Honorable Lily. I wish to hear Honorable Lily's voice only so that we can go on or move on to another motions. Honorable Lily, can you start again with your motion so that we can continue? And now, when you continue on that motion, remember the Rule 60 says, no member may reflect upon any decision of the House taken less than 6 months previously, except for the purpose of moving that decision be amended or rescinded.
So,
Honorable Lily.
For the sake of saving time, Chair, I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We may now continue. Honorable Sayed.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I move without notice that the Western Cape Legislature notes that North Pine Technical High School's grade 10 learners had to go back to school a week earlier so they could write tests which they were allegedly not ready for in light of the nationwide school closures due to COVID-19, and requests that further information from WCED be given to the Standing Committee. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion?
Yes.
Objection, it will be recorded in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Makamba Bujo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House notes with sadness the passing of radio broadcasting legend Bob Mabena. His passing comes at the time when he was still mourning the death of his grandmother, who passed on 2 months ago due to coronavirus. Mr. Mabena will always be remembered as cultural icon who paved way for Black voices in radio during the late 80s. We send our heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues. May his soul rest in peace. I so move.
Is there an objection to the motion? If there's no objection, agreed to, I now recognize Honorable Sayed.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I I move without notice that this legislature notes that Northern Cape Education MEC, Mr. McCollin Jack, has died yesterday after 2 weeks of treatment in a Kimberley hospital, and that condolences be sent to the family, friends, and colleagues of the MEC and the Northern Cape Provincial Legislature. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection, agreed to, and I recognize Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, can you hear me?
Honorable Member, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I want to move a motion without notice on behalf of the ANC that the legislature notes the Honorable Local Government MEC Anton Bredell applauds the NPA for its intention to act against two Kanaland officials, but the MEC is silent on his own party errand in a number of other municipalities.
Okay, no, that's fine. Look, I will, yes, because I'm on the speaker's list, man.
I so move, Chair.
Honorable Syed, we can hear your conversation. Please mute yourself. Go on, Honorable Smith. Honorable Smith.
Honorable Chair, must I reread? I'm done, Chair. Can I reread it?
No, we've heard it. We object.
Okay. More the members, they're saying they hear you. There's an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the People's Movement, the African National Congress, I move a motion without notice that the House notes Kylie Chai has recently.
Honorable Kama, continue.
Oh, sorry, Chair, I thought that was a point of order.
There is a staccato there. I don't know if it's a point of order. Who's speaking? Is Honorable Smith. Honorable Smith? Okay. Honorable Kama, I'm sorry, just continue.
Thank you, Chair. That I move a motion without notice.
I'm silent.
I move a motion without notice, Chair, that the House notes Kylie has recently, as a week ago, suffered another mass murder when 2 people were killed and an attempt to kill another was made, and commends the police for swift action to arrest and deal with the situation. I so move.
Is there an objection to the motion? If there's no objection, agreed to, I now recognize Honorable Dagmore.
Thank you very much, House Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that this House notes with concern that a number of protests in regard to land and housing across the province are taking place, while the provincial government has up until today failed to develop a comprehensive land release strategy.
Object.
Object.
There is an objection to the motion. The motion will be printed on the paper. I now recognize Honorable Lily.
President.
Honorable Lecker.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the House notes South Africa commemorated the brave women of 1956 on Sunday who took racism and patriarchy in our country head on by marching to the erstwhile apartheid union buildings to demand an end to unfair discrimination. We will every year remember them on our National Women's Day. I thank you.
Is there an objection to the motion? If there's no objection, agreed to, I now recognize Honorable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, On behalf of the Party of Mandela, Sisulu and Tambo, the African National Congress, I move without notice that the
And
House
Zuma.
vote with concern the illegal and inhuman eviction of farm workers on the farm Albany in Lamberts Bay during a nationwide lockdown. Notes further that the farmer teared the doors and closed it off with bricks, locking all the belongings of the workers inside the house. Condemns this heinous act and calls for criminal charges to be laid against farmer Koen Visser. I so move.
Any objection to the motion? If there's no objection, agreed. Okay, there is an objection to the motion. The motion will be printed in the order paper and now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move a motion without notice on behalf of the ANC that the House notes many successes by SAPS and especially for suspects.
Is there no objection to the motion? There's no objection to the motion.
Chair.
Member Bartman.
Apologies. Thank you, Chair. Is Honorable Kama done because the noise faded out at the end? Is it possible for him to reread the motion?
Honorable Kama.
Please, yeah, because we can't hear.
Honorable Kama, can you please repeat your motion for the members to hear? Honorable Kama, are you still online? Okay, I cannot continue with Honorable Kama. We'll try to get him later to repeat the motion. I recognize Honorable Lecker.
Thank you, House Chair. I move that the House notes this coming Monday on the 17th of August 2020, the late MPL John James Issel would have turned 74 years. Notes the celebrated Johnny Issel was a political activist, apartheid detainee, regional secretary of SASO, UDF member, and former public representative of note. I so move.
Any objection to the motion? The motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. On behalf of the African National Congress, motion without notice that this House notes people also protest on not getting tax money from the employees, and also note some of this industrial action is aimed against big businesses like Aquila Safari and CTE along the N1 beyond the Durings. I so moved.
Any objection to the motion?
Objection, they destroy the economy, now they come and
The motion is being objected. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House commends Western Cape SAPS for arresting 11 suspects for possession of unlicensed guns and armor in one weekend. I so move.
Is there any objection? Is there an objection to the motion?
No, it's just a lot of repetition, the same stuff is
Honorable
repeated.
members, the question is there any objection to the motion?
No, there's no objection, but it's
if there's
repeating
no
the same
objection,
content.
the motion is agreed to. Honorable Kama, the members said they didn't hear you with the motion that you did before this one. Can you repeat it? Honorable Kama? Okay, Honorable Kama is not there again. Honorable Mvimbi, I recognize you.
Sorry, Chair. Thanks, Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House notes that the Western Cape Department of Human Settlement spent 187 million during the past 15 months to safeguard property, and that money could have been given housing opportunities to thousands of people. I so move.
Any objection
You
to the motion?
destroyed the house.
There's objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Syed.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this House notes that the Western Cape has a shortage of just over 100 teachers for our matriculants, without teachers halfway through to the final examinations. I so move.
Any objection to the motion?
Yes.
Object, they make plans for that.
The motion is objected. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Kama. Honorable Kama is not available. I recognize Honorable Mvimbi.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House congratulate former South African Sevens rugby team head Paul Treyu on his appointment as University of the Western Cape coach and wish him and the team success in future. I so move, Chairperson.
Any objection to the motion?
No objection.
No objection is the motion agreed to, and I recognize Honorable Syed. Honorable Syed is not available. Honorable Kama?
Honorable House Chair, I'm here.
Okay, go on, Honorable Member.
I move without notice that this House notes many allegations of DA looting with the coronavirus tenders that are emerging in the public domain. This includes more than 100 million in protection care in education and 38 million in transport and public works, and reports from the Honourable Premier's Department where thermometers are overpriced by 1,000 Rand, far above the regular retail price per unit. I so move.
Objection.
There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Kama again. Honorable Kama is not available. Honorable Mvimbi again.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I move a motion without notice that the House notes that a Steenberg Village restaurant waiter, Brandon Kenyu, of the age of 22 years of Cape Town, died last week when he went after thieves who stole a patron's mobile phone, and that he was thrown off the bonnet of the speeding car, thus succumbing and died. I would like, on behalf of the House, that we wish and send condolences to the family of the deceased.
Is there any objection to the motion?
No objections.
Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Syed.
Thank you, House Chair. I move without notice that the legislature notes that the head of education in the Western Cape, Mr. Brian Schroeder, leaves his position when he was still due to lead for a few more months. We further note that a replacement for him is now being sought, and that the House requests a full briefing on this matter be made to the Standing Committee, and that we thank Mr. Schroeder for his services to education in our province over so many years. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? If there's no objection, is there any objection?
Yes,
no.
yes.
Okay, there is an objection to the motion. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Yes,
Honorable Kama is not available.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Kama, are you there? Okay. That concludes the motions without notice. Thank you very much, honorable members. The next item on the order paper is the draft resolution in the name of Honorable Darkmore.
The Thank you, honorable members. I now recognize Honorable Maran.
Thanks, Chairperson. Honorable House Chair, on April 4th this year, the same day in which the Premier told the province that we were standing to see an increase in local transmission cases, which will result in additional pressure on our health facilities and health workers, the Deputy Speaker of this August House, Ms. Beverly Safer, is alleged to have blocked a Labour inspector from conducting his job at the Maitland factory. This was not just any inspector, but the chief Labour inspector within the province who was conducting his job around the area when he noticed people working at a factory of a company called Snowflake Flour. He then decided to pay them a courtesy visit. He noticed non-adherence to social distancing and was denied entry when he wanted to conduct a risk assessment to determine if the company complied with the COVID-19 regulations in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. The reasons given was that Labour inspectors were not allowed on the premises according to the communication from the Deputy Speaker of the Western Cape Legislature. In a telephonic conversation with Ms. Safer, she insisted that the Labour inspector did not have the necessary powers to visit the premises, as there was a great possibility that he might carry the coronavirus and that she was not prepared to take that chance. The chief inspector was only allowed in after he threatened to lay criminal charges if anyone stopped him from doing his job. It's alleged the Deputy Speaker only then instructed the employer to allow him access to the premises. We must welcome the actions by the Labour inspector who laid criminal charges against the Deputy Speaker, with a case number known to us. Speaker, House Chair, also in April, the Labour inspector had noticed that most of the COVID-19 virus risk violations took place in the agricultural sector, where he had received numerous complaints from farm workers that they were forced to work without the necessary PPEs and with no safety measures in the workplace. During this period, the message of the Deputy Speaker have reached many farmers who circulated messages on social media platforms encouraging each other not to allow Labour inspectors on their farms without an appointment and to call police to stop them if they insisted of conducting inspections. Recently, Labour inspectors visited Langrivier Farm outside Ceres, where they discovered 160 workers which arrived from the Eastern Cape to take up employment at the farm and its peg house. The workers were brought by a taxi contractor on behalf of the owner, but they had no contracts of employment and no proper health screening was conducted before the departure. These visits on the farm came without warning or without pre-arrangements by the inspectors. It's these type of atrocities the Deputy Speaker wanted to be hide, putting the lives of many workers who innocently woke up in the morning, go to work and to earn a living wage and to be able to put food on the table of their families. As members of this legislature, we affirm that we will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and the Western Cape and will obey, respect and uphold the national constitution, the provincial constitution and all other laws of the Republic, and solemnly promise to perform our functions to the best of our abilities. The actions of the Deputy Speaker are in clear violation of this oath. They were carried out with a degree of impunity, uncaring attitude, and placed lives of many at risk. It is for this reason I appeal to members of this legislature to lead by example, to uphold the Constitution by resolving to set up this multi-party ad hoc committee to look into these allegations and to summarily suspend the Deputy Speaker pending the investigation. If this legislature can do that, to protect the lives of innocent workers against those in high positions who wants to introduce chaos and lawlessness, only then this legislature can be regarded as one by the people for the people, a legislature that speaks truth to power. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maran. Thank you, honorable members. I now recognize the Chief Whip, Honorable Wenger.
Sorry, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we are called upon to debate a draft resolution proposed by the ANC. A draft resolution which calls on this House to decide First, whether we should appoint an ad hoc committee consisting of a representative of each political party represented in the House to investigate certain allegations against Honourable Beverly Schaefer. And second, whether this House will agree that Honourable Schaefer be suspended for the duration of the investigation and until the legislature has considered the report and made a resolution on its findings. So, Speaker, let us look at what the ANC is asking this House procedurally. On the first point, the resolution expressly seeks to establish an ad hoc committee in terms of Rule 119 of the WCPP Standing Rules, which governs the establishment of ad hoc committees. The resolution in its current form fails to properly contemplate all the requirements of the establishment of an ad hoc committee. Clause 3A of that same standing rule stipulates that any such proposed ad hoc committee must carry out a, quote, particular assignment. By definition, an assignment must carry the weight of particularity, which is to say that it holds a distinctive nature in comparison to other assignments conducted in the usual business of Parliament, including its committees. It is our contention that the allegations against Honourable Beverly Schaefer on the day in question relate to actions carried out in the course of her duties as an ordinary member and not as the Deputy Speaker. She was not conducting duties as a presiding officer nor representative of the Executive of Parliament, but rather as a member of this legislature. As a member of the legislature, she received a distressed phone call and tried to help a resident of this province with a matter that had nothing to do with the functioning of the WCPP. That being so, there are already processes for this to be investigated. We have a committee established to deal with complaints against members in our standing rules, in the Code of Conduct Act, and indeed in the Code of Conduct for members of the WCPP. This House has adopted and is bound by the members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament Code of Conduct Act 3 of 2002. Provision is made in this Act for a complaints procedure. The proposal to establish an ad hoc committee, therefore, does not meet the requirements of particularity because we already have a committee earmarked for such purposes, and therefore the establishment of an ad hoc committee is not necessary. So let's follow the existing rules and mechanisms already in place and not duplicate. Now let me turn to the second point, the proposed suspension of the member until the matter has been investigated and findings made. It is our firm view that the basic principles of natural justice should apply, that of the presumption of innocence. The presumption of innocence, might I remind the opposition, is a right contained in the Bill of Rights, which is there to protect individuals from unfair punishment or disproportionate sanction. Our own Code of Conduct has no provision for the suspension of a member unless they have been found guilty and a recommendation for their suspension is made. In this case, the ANC's request to suspend the honourable member is both unfair and disproportionate to the supposed offence. The allegations are frivolous and vexatious. Why would we suspend a member for a phone call and for events that have not even been tested? One can only come to the conclusion that this is some sort of political witch hunt. A suspension before any form of investigation should therefore not be contemplated. With these arguments made, Speaker, I therefore move an amendment to the draft resolution proposed by the Honourable Dugmore as follows: to omit all the words after that and to substitute with the House, mindful of its constitutional powers and obligations in general, and mindful in particular of its powers in relation to investigating allegations of misconduct of its members, noting that the allegations levelled at the Deputy Speaker do not relate to her conduct as a presiding officer, resolves that the member's alleged misconduct falls within the scope and jurisdiction of the Conduct Committee of the WCPP, which is the committee earmarked and best suited to further pursue the matter in terms of provisions of its own Code of Conduct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, 5 days ago, South Africa celebrated Women's Day to mark the 64th anniversary of the march to the Union buildings on the 9th August 1956 by more than 20,000 South African women of all races to challenge a system of racism. During a period in which South Africa remembers the bravery of women like Lily Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Sophia Williams, Rehima Musa, Adelaide Tambo, Winnie Mandela, Albertina Sisulu, and many others, we are called to this house to deliberate on calls for the suspension of another woman whose deeds fall short of the moral standards and values set by the above generation. Speaker, the Western Cape become the epicenter of COVID-19 following a number of cluster infections in supermarkets, farms, police stations, hospitals, and manufacturing plants. It then spread to local transmissions in areas where essential workers live. Many retail workers, teachers, farm workers, and health workers contracted the virus while on duty, spread it in communities, and consequently, many people lost their lives. Speaker, the work of labor inspectors is so vital in preventing cluster infections. In the Western Cape, the retail sector, health and education department are notoriously known for carelessness and negligence, which led to many workers contracting the virus in the line of duty. The many endless cries of health workers from Tygerberg and Grooteskier Hospital who said they were not granted permission by facility management to self-quarantine and for their wards to be disinfected after their colleagues contracted the virus are some of the examples that needed labor inspectors' intervention. Speaker, in one instance, on the 17th April 2020, labor inspectors issued the Pick and Pay store in the Liberty Mall in Mitchells Plain with a prohibition notice after it was found that the store was unsafe and in contravention of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. For the notice to be lifted, the store had to provide evidence that all areas of the store were sufficiently disinfected, including staff refreshment areas, warehousing and goods receiving areas. Speaker, I'm convinced that if some among us had not colluded with employees to block labor inspectors from doing their jobs, many lives could have been saved. Such lives are that of Mr. Fundile Madola, a father, a husband, a brother, uncle who sadly passed on 2 weeks ago while on duty at Tangelo Farm in Swellendam. What saddened me the most about this, Speaker, the death is that in April 2020, after being told about unsafe working conditions on this farm, I personally took the labor inspector and police there, but we were denied entry. Speaker, the farmer working with a labor consultant was advised not to grant us access without an appointment. This is the excuse that Snowflake factory managers used to block the inspectors from conducting his business. Speaker, I'm convinced that Mr. Madola's life would have been spared if it wasn't for the gross negligence by employees who hide their non-compliance behind labor consultants. I'm using this example to show the seriousness of the allegations before us today. Speaker, it is incumbent upon us, honorable members of this House, to set an example by suspending this Deputy Speaker and moving with speed to set up this ad hoc committee to investigate the allegations. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vogel. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Philander.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it is clear and it is evident that the so-called facts provided by the ANC in their motion against the Honourable Member Beverly Schaefer are grossly incorrect and misrepresented. Speaker, the draft resolution has no basis whatsoever for the allegations it attempts to put forward in this debate today. But Speaker, the ANC can't even get their facts straight. First of all, the factory where the incident took place is not in Maitland. Second, the reason it got the place wrong is because the ANC were not at all present at the factory that day.
Honorable members,
May I request the Honorable Philander to take a seat? What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
Yes, we've noted that your mics are on, and whenever they are on, then there is a very bad echo that comes, then we do not hear the speaker that is on the platform. So the statement that was made by Honorable Philander, we didn't hear it properly from
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We'll attend to that for the future. May I request Honorable Philander to start again?
Speaker, it is clear and evident that the so-called facts provided by the ANC in their motion against the Honourable Member Beverly Schaefer are grossly incorrect and misrepresented. Speaker, the draft resolution has no basis whatsoever for the allegations it attempts to put forward in this debate today. But Speaker, the ANC can't even get their facts straight. First of all, the factory where the incident took place is not in Maitland. Second, the reason they got the place wrong is because the ANC were not at all present at the factory that day. And Speaker, neither was the Honourable Member Schaefer. This therefore raises the question of how it is at all possible for Honourable Schaefer to have prevented the Labour Inspector from entering the premises if she wasn't even there. The reality is that they had a phone conversation and we are debating a phone call. Speaker, the truth is far from what the ANC would want us to believe. This incident took place less than 2 weeks into the hard lockdown. People were scared, they were terrified of this unknown disease. Only the most essential of services could operate, and even then, under the strictest of conditions. In this context, an unknown man arrived at the factory that produces food. He was aggressive and insisted that he be let in. He refused to wear PPE and to follow health and safety protocols. The factory management didn't know what to do, so they called their local councillor. The local councillor then called a member of this legislature to help. They were scared and confused. Member Schaefer was approached for guidance and assistance. So she had a phone conversation with the man, asked him to identify himself and beg him to adhere to safety protocols. But he was aggressive with her as well. She ended the call. She did not speak to him again and she did not go to the factory. It is impossible to allege she prevented the Labour Inspector from entering premises. She wasn't even there. What the Labour Inspector did thereafter is anyone's guess, aside from running to the ANC. And that is the extent of the incident that we are left debating here today. Honourable Speaker, it would be unreasonable to expect Member Schaefer or any other member of this House to decline a call of any community resident in need, least of all at a time where Labour Inspector refused to adhere to health and safety protocol by declining to wear PPE and sanitize. Speaker, adherence to safety protocols allows a business to remain open, and anyone reasonable would expect such commitment to health and safety at a time of a pandemic. These are the facts and the real concerns on this issue. Honourable Speaker, we see the Western Cape Department prepared and every other public department collaborating with businesses and individuals to ensure that protocols are in place in order to continue operations and secure the lives of those employees on the front line, but also to ensure that essential items reach the tables of households, especially the poorest of the poor. Honourable Speaker, instead of focusing on the issue at hand and how we can work together with government and entities to limit the impact of COVID-19 of all residents in the Western Cape, the ANC has time to waste on diverting the attention of the real problems we face. Speaker, one would expect the responsible member of this House that instead of tabling senseless arguments to rather focus on doing everything possible to be of service to the people of this province. We do know that the ANC has got no relevance left in the Western Cape. But to use a cry of help and assistance as a stick and a political ploy is absurd in this, to say the least, and wasteful of resources at most. The DA-led Western Cape government has bolstered their efforts in every department to benefit of every resident in this province. Nationally, we see a picture of an ANC national government imposing a second pandemic of starvation, a national government which cannot even do the basics in terms of stable health system. where we see a social care system on the brink of collapse at a time where aid is needed most. We see the pockets of cadres and comrades lined at a time where the ANC members in this house is dead quiet about the ANC that is going to investigate the ANC regarding ANC corruption done by the ANC. Hence the hashtag that came about, Speaker. And this ANC chooses a senseless witch hunt above the needs of our people. Honorable Speaker, this senseless debate should be disregarded with the contempt it deserves. Instead of debating untrue allegations, ask President Ramaphosa where is the money and why he does not deal with the corruption in his midst. There is no other justification on this senseless debate. And I repeat, this is a political witch hunt to deter us from the reality that we are facing. Speaker, in this day and age where people are rebuilding their lives by returning to work, where we want to see our economy rehabilitated and livelihoods restored, we do not have the time to debate such frivolous attacks. We all need to roll up our sleeves and play our part in assisting our communities. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Philander. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Xhego.
Thank you, Speaker. As the EFF would like to point it out from the onset that the allegations that are leveled against the Deputy Speaker are of grave concern and raise serious issues which cannot be left unattended. The allegations are so serious to a point that if proven to be true, then not only will such conduct violate the provisions of the Parliament's Code of Conduct, but they will throw the entire institution into disrepute. Such conduct undermines every effort by the province and our nation in the fight against the spread of COVID-19. As a successful fight would require everyone to uphold and abide by the COVID-19 rules and regulations which are codified and distributed from time to time. This is also a matter which draws public interest, as all eyes will be looking at the institution to see how we address and deal with issues at hand. If we as elected members of this House deal with this issue in a correct manner, then the public will continue to have confidence in us and continue to trust this institution. If this matter is not handled in a correct manner, then the public will not have confidence in the institution, and it remain a hollow institution of members who serve their own interests without the backing of public trust and confidence. The EFF calls for proper action to be taken against the Deputy Speaker of this House, and that the relevant rules be followed in doing so, whilst having in mind that it is the duty of this House and that of the provincial government to make sure that we guide society and everyone else to abide by the rules and regulations aimed at curbing the spread of COVID-19. If one of our own is alleged to have acted in a manner that contradicts these efforts, then harsh actions should be taken against them. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Xhego. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, to start with, I think that the DA's approach to this resolution so far is wrong. And it is not credible for members of the DA, as Honourable Philander has just done, to come and give evidence here disputing the allegations as if she has first-hand knowledge that those allegations or that evidence is the facts. It's just simply not credible, and the right thing to do would be to enable or to allow an investigation to take place. Speaker, we've been living through a prolonged period of desperation caused by the coronavirus and its impact. Businesses are desperate to survive and workers are desperate to keep their jobs. And this desperation has created an environment where exploitation can flourish and where corners can be cut. Throughout this lockdown period, we've received reports of pressure and intimidation of workers by bosses, and we reported those incidents to the Labour Department, expecting them to investigate. We expected the Labour Department inspectors to make unannounced visits to places of employment to defend the health and labour rights of employees wherever they were being compromised. If the allegations against the Deputy Speaker are true, then this would be a grotesque abuse of her office and a failure of public service. And if the allegations are true, then the Deputy Speaker would have failed those she was elected to serve, and she would have failed those vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. If the allegations are true, she would have used a power she did not have. In the interest of maintaining the integrity of this Parliament, the office of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker, and Honourable Schaefer herself, the allegations must be tested and dealt with swiftly. So there must be an investigation. Speaker, suspension is only required when an accused is likely to use their position to interfere in an investigation. There's no evidence that this is the case, and we see no reason for the Deputy Speaker to be suspended while an investigation is underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Heron. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Bosman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic provides the nation with an X-ray of the standing of our communities, our society, and governments at all levels. It offers what are all too often shocking insights into the fractures within the very fibers of our nation, leaving the most vulnerable amongst us wanting. Speaker, instead of debating the debilitating effects of this lockdown and the real issues of the day, this esteemed House is currently caught up in a frivolous issue rooted in no level of fact at all. This debate proposed by the majority opposition must be out for what it really is. It is a large-stitched attempt by the ANC in the Western Cape to distract from the widespread theft, corruption, and the failure of an incompetent state run by their comrades in national government. And it is there to detract from the landmark strides made by this provincial government in its battle to beat COVID. Essentially, Speaker, what we have on our hands here today is nothing more than a red herring, a sheer and utter fallacy. Nevertheless, the ANC's selected topic does indicate the priorities of their public representatives in this House. We are now on record quite clear that the ANC is more concerned about the impossible task of saving face for its own party than addressing the realities of millions of residents. It is a party more concerned with the next election, and that's how it seems to look. Instead of considering the severe plight of the poor in these difficult economic circumstances that are second only to that of the Great Depression, we are called to debate skewed rumors. So out of touch is the ANC Speaker that it will not face the reality that its own cabinet cannot get social relief of distress funds to those in desperate need. And we have witnessed an incapable state that where they are asking the poorest of the poor to apply for a 350 Rand grant through electronic means during a hard lockdown, knowing full well that most applicants do not have access or the know-how to do this. Yet, instead of reflecting on this, and the fact that approximately 60% of social relief of distress applicants in the province have been denied due to a broken SASSA and an unfit for purpose minister at a national level, we are being asked to contemplate nothing more than hearsay. Speaker, so despaired is the ANC that it has to grasp at a proverbial straw so as not to face the facts of their own government's failure to support the disabled. Persons with disabilities have been denied access to their Persons with Disability grant on the basis that SASSA and National DST is not willing to expose doctors to the applicants for the assessments. But Speaker, like today's debate, that is nothing more than a smokescreen to hide a national department's complete absence to plan. The truth is not that a member of this House interfered in the work of an official, but that the ANC would have us hide the true state of the nation. They would have us turn a blind eye to the severe under-resourcing of provinces, to tender kickbacks for connected cadres, and the disgrace of the president who arrived here for fanfare and in return left the Western Cape with an empty pocket based on empty promises. Speaker, what we have here today in this debate is the ANC crying wolf because, quite frankly, neither do they not know what meaningful oversight is, nor are they willing to open the Pandora's box of a failed and captured state. Whilst they would have us sit here and listen to the tales of political witch hunt, we ought to be talking about the care for our children, but it seems that the investment in the next generation isn't quite as important to the majority in opposition as the next election is to them. Nonetheless, our children have been done a great disservice through the insistence of a comrade, Minister Lindiwe Zulu, whose ethical compass is apparently so skewed that she had to be directed by a court of law to reopen early childhood development centers. From March to July, the ANC saw fit to keep these doors closed whilst children went hungry and businesses went bankrupt. The ANC wants to distract us while their councillors and cadres hoard food parcels for themselves, steal desperately needed public funds, and enrich their own families. Shocking tender irregularities and contracts are awarded to politicians' family members in the ANC-run provinces of the Free State and Gauteng. And this tells us everything. It tells us that not even in a pandemic that bleeds into the multifaceted crisis is it enough to get all national hands on deck. And Speaker, what is the response? Nothing but deflection. Here the ANC asks us to debate a topic void of fact, and in Pretoria the president sets up a so-called task team of misfits devised to play both referee and player. Speaker, the ANC would have us disregard the fact that the Western Cape is the only provincial government to have adequately prepared for the surge in COVID cases. We've used our resources optimally and we've refrained from playing politics. Our provincial government has stepped up and it has stepped in to fill the gaps left by national government. And yet, as we see by this debate, the ANC uses an incident not based in reality to attack the character of a member of this House who seeks only to fulfill her role as a public representative. This is how low the majority in the opposition would have us stoop today. They do not do this out of a sense of duty to their constituents and to the constituents we are supposed to serve, but to further the interest of a hopeless, helpless Luthuli House. The ANC does not want the facts faced. The facts are that the Western Cape is ready to end the alcohol ban to create jobs. It's ready to continue to open up more of the economy and ultimately to end the lockdowns so people can get back to work and be fed. Not at all. They see the success of this province as something to hide at the expense of the lives and livelihoods of those who live here. Speaker, the ANC came here today with an agenda of a political witch hunt built on desperation and misconstruction of events. We will, however, stand for the truth and oversee the work of this government so that its resources are used in the best interest of every resident of this province. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bosman. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today I'm sitting in the position where I do not have any documents from Honorable Dagmo or Honorable Safer. All that I have is what I saw in the newspapers and what I heard today. But Honorable Speaker, the point that I will make today is that if we pursue this, what the ANC is pushing for, what stops a member tomorrow to be accused another member of doing the same? Today it's Honorable Safer, tomorrow it can be somebody else. So as members, we are subject to a code of conduct, and if there is serious allegations, those allegations must then be referred to the Conduct Committee. There is no way that we can have an ad hoc committee. There is no way that we can suspend the Deputy Speaker, because what we heard today is it's a lot of hearsay, but the important thing is that we are innocent until proven guilty. The Deputy Speaker, if the Speaker feels like, and it's directed to the Speaker then will refer it to the Conduct Committee. But I cannot support this because, like I said, tomorrow there's a wild allegation against me. What do I do? Being a single member in a party. I think we should then toe the line, and we should do as requested by Act 3 of 2002 of the conduct of members, and I'll leave it like that. All that I heard was allegations in the paper. All that I heard is today, and I'm saying if justice be done, send it to the Conduct Committee, and I rest my case. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Bartman.
I've switched devices. I'm going to keep my video on. Speak.
Honorable Bartman.
The daughter of yes.
Honorable Bartman, may I request that you move to a favorable spot? Right now, we are unable to hear you.
Speaker, are you able to?
It's still intermittently dropping, so we'll be patient with you, Honorable Bartman. We'll give you a few seconds to achieve that.
Thank you. Speaker, the Greek goddess Aletheia was the daughter of Zeus and known for disclosure in ancient mythology. The literal meaning of her name was the state of not being hidden or the state of being evident, and could also be translated to factuality or reality. These days, society have different synonyms. The word lie, falsify, fib, exaggerate, mislead, factual inaccuracies, and my favorite, to be economical with the truth. You see, Honorable Speaker, this is what this motion for debate today attempts to achieve, to be economical with the truth. And in the legal fraternity, while we do not specifically study Aletheia in the law, we study what she represents, the truth, or veritas, if you prefer the phrase. And veritas nunquam perit. The truth never dies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are here today because it was alleged that a labor inspector was refused entry to a bakery because during the global health pandemic, the government official apparently did not have PPE in terms of the COVID-19 disaster management regulations of our country. Endemic corruptions of Africa, we are debating an economical rendering of the truth that a member of this legislature was somehow responsible for allegedly barring a labor inspector from inspecting a bakery, when in terms of our prevailing laws, the regulations, the government official to have PPE when entering business premises. Honorable Moran, previously Honorable Speaker, admitted that the labor inspector was there as a courtesy visit and did not mention an official visit. The member indicated that the member barred the labor inspector, but it was alleged that this labor inspector did not show identity and did also not have PPE, which is against regulation. Further, I am happy to hear that apparently the chief labor inspector is visiting farms. Perhaps he can also answer complaints via emails previously submitted by small businesses, since this particular labor inspector does not seem to be quite good with emails, Honorable Speaker. How wonderful it must be to be economical with the truth, to squander taxpayers' monies on suits for bodyguards, stealing millions of rands from public entities, to morally bankrupt institutions, and still have the courage, nay, the audacity to come before this house to debate we should wear masks when entering a bakery. Member Winvogel indicated that we do not support the work of labor inspectors, but in fact, this house supports the role and the work of labor inspectors. But all of us need to follow the law. Another economical version of the truth by the same member was that the Western case is the epicenter of COVID, which is in fact not the case. And out of nearly 100,000 cases, almost 90,000 have recovered 90% of the infections. And we'll therefore talk about general principles and nothing specific regarding this matter, and therefore there's nothing to respond to. Similar to Honorable Hen, however, I disagree Honourable Speaker, that there should be an ad hoc committee separate. I believe that if Honourable Dugmore wishes it to be investigated, it should be brought before the correct platform, and the correct platform is the Conduct Committee. And this is why I believe this is more about publicity than about the truth. The opposition colleagues actually care about the truth. They need to approach the correct platforms, and thus I support the argument made by Member Christian. I also thus support the amendment by Member Wenger. On 13 May 2019, President Cyril Ramaphosa proclaimed, "We will end corruption and we will nail them," quote close. To this day, Speaker, not one person has been being investigated by the Zondo Commission has been arrested. On 3 August 2020, President Ramaphosa issued a newsletter stating, quote, "Corruption during a national disaster is a particularly heinous type of crime, and perpetrators are going to be dealt with decisively and harshly," quote close. We now apparently have a special center nationally that was established to investigate the COVID-19 corruption. Honourable Speaker, in case our colleagues have forgotten, this is the same president who on 17 March 2014, 6 years ago, said, quote, "There was no corruption. Nothing to do with Nkandla was unlawful. The fire pool is not even as big as an Olympic swimming pool," quote closed. Honourable Speaker, we are debating whether title deed officers should be open. We are not even debating the UIF crisis. Our colleagues have not brought the fact that the tour guides have still not been paid by the much promised relief fund, or the thousands of jobs being lost due to regulations and alcohol ban. And on top of it all, our colleagues in the opposition benches deem this debate more important than a debate on the fact that Eskom has one job, Speaker, to keep the lights on. In the Boss book, the main character, Saul, had to kill a blowbokkie, and his whole family kept telling him that the gallbladder of this buck is in his brain. Saul had to open the buck's head and check for himself to determine the truth for himself. But when he opened the buck's head, the gallbladder was not there. Saul found it in the same place where it always was, and he confronted his family with the truth, and they continued to deny it. When asked for the reasons, the family indicated that it's always been so and will always be so. Honourable Speaker, die blou bokkie se gal sit nie in sy kop nie. And it doesn't matter how many times the opposition claims otherwise, the truth will never die. Veritas nunquam perit. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, order. Thank you, Honourable Bartman. Honourable members in the chamber, I've got a point of order from Honourable Mackenzie. What's your point of order, Honourable Mackenzie?
Honourable Deputy, before the Speaker concluded, I didn't hear a last two sentences, please. I would like you to repeat that.
Honourable members, order, honourable members. Honourable members, I would like to grant the opportunity to the Honourable Bartman. The members could not hear what was said from the House. That's the request from Honourable Mackenzie. Honourable Bartman, will you please, within your time, do so?
Thank you, Speaker. I will repeat. In the Speaker, die blou bokkie se gal sit nie in sy kop nie. And it doesn't matter how many times the opposition claims otherwise, the truth will never die. Veritas nunquam perit. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bartman. Thank you, honourable members. I hope that was audible now in the chamber. Honourable members, I now recognize the leader of the opposition, Honourable Dagmo.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it is clear that the allegations against the Deputy Speaker are very serious. Criminal charges have been laid in regard to her alleged conduct on that day. At a time when our country was in level 5 of the lockdown, there was a responsibility on all of us to do everything in our power to ensure that the spread of the virus was curtailed. Given that the agricultural sector and the entire value chain linked to the sector had to remain open to ensure that the process of food production and distribution could continue, it was critical that factories in this sector should comply with all the directives issued in terms of the national state of disaster. Besides these directives, there is existing legislation which provides that labor inspectors may visit workplaces without an appointment. It is understandable that workers in many factories were concerned at the failure of certain employers to put in place measures regarding social distancing, the wearing of masks, the use of sanitizers. Workers thus made calls to the Department of Labor and inspectors to come and visit workplaces. It is often difficult for workers to do this given the fear of victimization. The events of the 4th of April 2020 have brought the Office of the Deputy Speaker and by extension this House into disrepute. It is unacceptable that a member of this House, according to the statement of the Labour Inspector, attempted to interfere with a lawful inspection he was busy with. In a statement from the Labour Inspector, he describes what happened on that day. As I parked my vehicle to go through the testing process, I was approached by an unknown person who informed me that the Labour inspectors are not allowed on the premises as they received communication from the Deputy Speaker of the Western Cape Legislature, Beverly Schaefer. I then asked for the number of the Deputy Speaker but was refused. Instead, they called her and handed the phone over to me. I indicated to her that I'm the Provincial Chief Inspector and the employer had seen my inspector card as well as my permit. She insisted that I do not have the necessary powers to visit the premises as there is a great possibility that I carry the coronavirus and I'm not prepared to take that chance. The code of conduct is very, very clear, and it is now a matter of record that the Chief Labour Inspector has laid a charge against the Deputy Speaker. The case number CAS 148/05/2020. This is a criminal investigation. The oath of office calls on all of us who assented or swore allegiance. It makes it clear that every one of us has a responsibility to uphold the national and provincial constitution as well as the laws of this country. But we know, Speaker, that it is the DA that has opposed the passing of legislation to protect workers, that also ongoing attempts by the DA to demonize and undermine unions. And we have seen in their own manifesto that the DA has opposed the national minimum wage. This is a party that is actually against the interests of workers and against the protection of the rights of workers. And here we have a senior DA member and Deputy Speaker of this House attempting to block the work of a Chief Labour Inspector of the province. Such conduct, if proven to be true, is clearly nothing less than criminal. And it is clear where this narrative has emanated from the office of the Deputy Speaker and leaders of the DA. The Code of Conduct, which was adopted by this House on the 25th of March 2014, is very clear that a member shall ensure at all times that the dignity, credibility, and integrity of our provincial parliament is maintained. While the DA may argue that the allegations against the Deputy Speaker be submitted to the Conduct Committee, we believe that this matter is so serious that warrants the establishment of an ad hoc committee of this House made up of every single political party represented here. Further, Speaker, never in the history of the legislature have we had a situation where such serious allegations have been made against a senior office bearer of this House. For this reason, we believe that the Deputy Speaker should be suspended pending the investigation by the ad hoc committee. It is only this House that can take such a resolution, and this is what we are calling for today. Speakers of the DA have trivialized this, have actually undermined the seriousness of what actually transgression happened here and how this impacted across the province in terms of inspections of farms, inspections of workplaces where lives have actually been lost. But life is trivialized by the DA. An investigation would allow the Deputy Speaker to respond to the serious allegations made, and we would, as this House, be failing in our responsibility to the people that we represent should we not support this resolution today. We thus urge all members of this House to support this motion as tabled in this legislature and to reject the amendment proposed by the DA Chief Whip. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. Honorable members, in light of the amendment made by the Honorable the Chief Whip, I would like to bring it to the attention that there will be a vote in order to deal with the amendment because it seeks to amend the motion that is on the order paper. And for that purpose, therefore, the first thing I would like to do is to check whether there are any objections to the approval of the amendment and the motion as amended to the draft resolution.
Yes, there is an objection. Your speaker.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip of the Opposition. In light of the objection, Honorable members, I have to announce that now we'll proceed with the process of voting. And for that purpose, let me, for the record, announce that there is a total of 36 members present in the House, and there will be no additional members allowed in the House until the voting is done. The breakdown is as follows. Democratic Alliance, 21. African National Congress, 10. Economic Freedom Fighters, 2. Good Party, 1. African Christian Democratic Party, 1. Freedom Front Plus, 1. Al-Jama, absent. Now, honorable members, I wish to request, because the voting will be recorded in light of the current matter before us, as per the ATC voting process, which was ATC'd on Tuesday, the 11th of August, and that is 2 days ago. I now put an amendment in the motion as amended by Honorable Wenger. And in order for the members to have their respective votes on the above mentioned amendment recorded correctly, I'm going to request the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance to indicate how you wish to vote and the DA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DA is in support of the amendment and the motion as amended.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip of the DA. Are there any individual members of the DA who wish to record a vote different to the vote of the party? None?
No, Speaker.
Okay. That has been recorded accordingly. Honorable members, I now wish to put the question to the Chief Whip of the ANC to indicate whether the ANC is in support of the amendment and the motion is amended or not.
The ANC is not in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip of the ANC. Are there any members of the ANC who wish to record a different vote that different from that of the party?
No.
Okay, thank you. No member of the ANC that wish to vote differently. That has been recorded. Honorable members, I now move to the Economic Freedom Fighters. Are there any, with the fact that there's 2 members, I wish to put the first question to the parliamentary leader of the EFF to display their vote.
The EFF rejects the proposal of the DA with contempt.
Thank you, Honorable Kwego. Is the other member of the EFF wish to vote differently?
No, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Poja. Honorable members, I wish to put the question to Good Party. How do you wish to vote, Honorable Heron?
Thank you, Speaker. We do not support the amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I wish to put the question to the ACDP. Honorable Christian, how do you wish to vote?
The ACDP supports the amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. In the absence of Al-Jama, Honorable members, we have the FF Plus. I wish to request Honorable Murray to indicate the vote in this subject. Honorable Murray, I'm told, is absent. He's not present in the House. Thank you. Now, honorable members, the Al Jama party is also not present. Now, I'm going to announce the vote in due course. With your indulgence, it will take me less than a minute to do so. Almost there, honorable members. I'm still here. Order, honorable members, we are back with the results of the vote. The totals are as follows. The Democratic Alliance voted yes to the amendment as moved by the Chief Whip, and also accepting the motion as amended, and that's 21 votes to 1. The African National Congress voted against the amendment, therefore moving the same amendment as moved by Honorable Dagmo, and that's 10 votes. FF Plus voted, Economic Freedom Fighters also voted to retain the original motion as moved by Honorable Dagmo, that's 2 votes. The Good Party also voted the same way, and that is 1 vote. The ACDP voted in favor of the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the DA, thereby seeking to amend the original motion as moved by Honorable Dagmo, and that's 1 vote. Now, the totals. Honorable members, I have to announce that there are 22 honorable members that are in support of the amendment and the motion is amended, and there are 13 honorable members who are opposed to the amendment and the motion as amended. Honorable members, the amendment and the motion as amended is thereby approved, which is the motion by Honorable Wenger is carried. Now, honorable members, the names of the individual members present and their support or otherwise for the motion before the House will be recorded in the minutes of the proceedings to ensure that we've got full records of the voting and the process on the amendment of the motion and the motion as amended. That then concludes the vote on this matter in the debate before the House. Thank you, honorable members. Now we move to the orders of the day. I therefore request the Secretary to read the first order.
Consideration and finalization of the Western Cape Laws Repeal Bill, B5 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, I recognize the Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier and members, I rise today to open the debate for the consideration and finalization of the Western Cape Laws Repeat Bill. Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time and formality, I shall refer to the Western Cape Laws Repeat Bill as the bill. The purpose of the bill is to repeal the Aged Persons Act and the National Welfare Act insofar as they apply in or have been assigned to the province. These laws are obsolete and are of no application in the province. The 2 pieces of legislation identified for repeal with the Aged Persons Act of 1967 and the National Welfare Act of 1978. A formal process was initiated that resulted in the bill being introduced to the Provincial Parliament in November 2019. The Aged Persons Act makes provision for the protection and welfare of certain aged and rehabilitated persons. It established legislation for certain institutions for accommodation and care and for the payment of old age pensions and certain allowances. The administration of the Act, with the exception of 3 sections, was assigned to the provinces by a presidential proclamation. However, on the 1st of April 2010, the Older Persons Act of 2006 took effect and eased the current legislation that regulates the position of older persons in the country. This Act repealed sections which are both assigned and not assigned to the provinces in terms of the Aged Persons Act. The Act is considered to be redundant legislation which is still on the statute books of the province and therefore needs to be repealed to the extent of its assignment to the province. The National Welfare Act of 1978 defines the functions and powers of welfare boards and provides for welfare programs and the registration of welfare organizations. This Act was also assigned to the provinces by Presidential Proclamation 7 of 1966, but some sections were excluded. The sections that were not assigned to the province in terms of this Act were repealed by Section 13 of the Advisory Board on Social Development Act. This Act has, however, not yet been effected. Although it is not in effect, it does not affect the competence of the Western Cape to repeal the National Welfare Act to the extent of its assignment to the province. At this point, Honourable Speaker, the National Welfare Act does not carry any practical utility since the regional boards contemplated do not exist and matters concerning the funding of welfare organizations are currently regulated by other pieces of legislation. Therefore, it is recommended that the National Welfare Act be repealed to the extent of its assignment to the province. Honourable Speaker, the bill that is currently under consideration contains 2 clauses. Clause 1 is the schedule of the legislation that is to be repealed, and Clause 2 states the laws that are specified in the 2nd column of the schedule being repealed to the extent that it is indicated in the 3rd column. The bill seeks to repeal the Aged Persons Act and the National Welfare Act to the extent of the assignment of the Western Cape Province. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Fernandez. Honorable members, there is no speakers list, and therefore I would afford each political party an opportunity to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes each. I will now recognize the African National Congress.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Send it, corner Speaker. The ANC in the Western Cape legislature is of the opinion that enough consultation about this hybrid bill took place. Even though it has been in the making for 2 years, there are still concerns over the legal standing of this province to unilaterally change parts of the laws of national application. Parts of articles will be kept. Set aside for this argument the provincial consultation that is almost impossible against the World Health lockdown controls of COVID-19, and that the province in its own corner of the wood wants to partly change and keep legislation. Would it also affect the other 8 provinces? The question that now arises is if this province decides parts of these stated laws, namely the Aged Persons Act 81 of 67, the Older Persons Act 13 of 2006, and the National Welfare Act 100 of 78 are dead and should be removed. Does this mean it is only absolute for this province or the whole country? It sounds like an overstretch. What is most disconcerting is that the Premier's department drives the project, but states the provincial MEC agrees it is a provincial competence. Why was the MEC consulted if the power to change lies with the Premier only? South Africa has mechanism at cooperative governance level to consider and present clean-up amendments or scrapping to national parliament. No other province or MEC is consulted, and yet we have the National Council of Provinces that deals with matters of governance across divides. Why was this matter not referred to other mechanisms? The ANC says these laws should be first referred to at least the NCOP to consult with the 8 other provinces and to move in unison there. Should it be scrapped or changed? The ANC wants its opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Baku Force. Honorable members, I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF supports the enactment of the Western Cape Laws Repeal Bill. This is so because the older pieces of legislation no longer serve the purpose as they are now replaced by the new legislation addressing the same matters. If these older pieces of legislation are left untouched in the statute books, then they will create confusion in future, as it will now be difficult to know which piece of legislation one has to comply with. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. I now recognize Honorable Heron. Honorable members.
Thank you, Speaker. We support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Speaker, the ACDP supports the Western Cape Laws Repeal Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I recognize the FF Plus. Still absent? Okay. Al-Jama is also absent. Honorable members, I now recognize the DA.
Honorable Speaker, the Department of Social Development has the legislative mandate to protect the well-being of senior citizens in this province, and the Western Cape Laws Repeal Bills, the purpose of which was to review provincial legislation for constitutionality, obsoleteness, and redundancy, and thereby ensuring that the different laws are aligned, coordinated with each other, and in line with the Constitution of the Republic. We are therefore asking the House to repeal it. The two pieces of legislation administered by DSD were identified for repeal because the purpose for which they were enacted either no longer existed or were being met by alternative legislation. This report was unanimously supported by all political parties on the Standing Committee of Social Development during our many deliberations on it. Member Baku Force from the African National Congress chose not to raise any of these new objections during this meeting. The committee conducted widespread public participation through advertising the repeal of these pieces of legislation. There were no objections during this public participation process to this legislation being repealed. During the public hearings, members of organizations dealing with older persons were in attendance to observe, and they also raised no objections to the legislation being repealed because they are fully aware that other pieces of legislation meets the requirements. The committee published the public participation far and wide in most newspapers, and we also had a dedicated WhatsApp line for comments. The Standing Committee on Social Development fully supports this report as outlined, and on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I would also like to raise our support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bosman. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to thank all members who participated in the mini debate today. I would like to also thank the members of the Standing Committee, which is chaired by the Honourable Gillian Bosman. Thank you for allowing and following the correct procedures and formalities when carrying out the public participation process. Your achievement is duly noted, especially under the challenging conditions posed by the current pandemic. I would also like to use this opportunity, Honourable Speaker, to thank the officials from the Department of Social Development. Thank you for going above and beyond. Your efforts during these trying times has not gone unnoticed. In closing, I move that we adopt the Western Cape Laws Repeals Bill B5-2019 being tabled in this House today. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Fernandez. Honorable members, with the overwhelming support for the bill, I wish to bring to the attention of the House that there are no objections to the bill and to the approval of the principle and finalization of the bill. However, the objection of the African National Congress will be recorded. And at this stage, the principle and finalization of the bill is therefore approved. The Secretary will read the bill.
Western Cape Laws Repeal Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, the bill will be sent to the Premier for assent. Now the Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism on the National Gambling Amendment Bill B27B 2018 NCOP dated 22 November 2019. Ratification of the final mandate.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, in order for the House to proceed, I wish to bring it to the attention of the House that we received the report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism on the National Gambling Amendment Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP not to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. However, I will now afford the political parties present here an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. And I will now recognize the ANC.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Bimbi, yes, you may address the Speaker, Honorable Bimbi.
Yes, on behalf of the African National Congress, I wish to put the ANC position on this national gambling bill. According to Rule 130, after a question has been fully put, the presiding officer may permit one member of each political party to state on behalf of that member's party in a speech not exceeding 3 minutes the reason why the party is in favor or against the question. We reiterate this rule as a confirmation of our appreciation of the hard-earned democracy that allows robustness in our engagement and mitigate against numbers than logic get used to stifle debate. It is for this reason that the ANC, consistent with the position we made in the 5th administration in the deliberation of 19 March 2019 on this bill, pledge our support. Our reason for the support are that we fully support the notion behind the bill to heighten regulation of gambling industry in our country, and thus establishing the National Gambling Regulator will go a long way in realizing that goal. That the National Gambling Policy of 2016 can only be enforced and given effect if set into law through this bill. Further, this bill helped to extend monitoring and compliance of license, which is a policy gap currently, and such will strengthen the fight against illegal gambling activities. We strongly believe that policy certainty is critical for industry stability, and considering that gambling in the Western Cape is the second major contributor after Gauteng at 17.2% gross profit generated according to 2018 and 2019 report. This is even more critical in this current economic climate exacerbated by COVID-19 to not further place delays and driving some sense of clarity in the legislative and regulatory environment in the economy. It is for this reason that as ANC we support this bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mvimbi. Honorable members, I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF is of the view that it is important to have a national gambling regulator that will introduce uniformity within the gambling industry in South Africa. This regulator must exercise oversight functions and monitor the gambling industry, because this one industry has gone far a very long time without proper checks against it. The result in the long term gave rise to deep-rooted corruption and abuse of this industry by syndicates and those running it. The proper monitoring mechanisms that will come with the Office of the National Regulator will ensure that there is compliance with the national rules and that the industry stakeholders comply. The gambling industry, we know for a fact that it benefits mostly the white monopoly capital and impoverished the black poor people who have become enslaved by the industry. This is the reason why the EFF is in support of this bill. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Poja. Honorable members, I now recognize the Good Party, Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we support the Gambling Amendment Bill and do not support the committee's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I recognize the ACDP, Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ACDP, of course, we say that gambling must be outlawed and we cannot support gambling is wrong and we cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, the Western Cape Standing Committee on Finance supported the National 2018 received from the NCOP, and the report contains the final mandate of the committee on the bill. The bill was introduced during the 5th Parliament, and the previous committee had processed the bill and submitted a final mandate to the NCOP in March 2019. At that time, 3 provinces supported the bill, 3 provinces voted against the bill, 1 province abstained, and 2 did not submit mandates. The bill was then referred back to the committee at the end of the 5th Parliament and arrived in the 6th Parliament. The Standing Committee deliberated on the meeting and confirmed with the National Parliament that the bill had not been amended since it reintroduction in 6th Parliament. A comprehensive cost analysis of the bill was not conducted for the National Central Electric System by the National Department of Trade and Industry to determine costs to provinces, the cost to establish the national regulator, its CEO, and staff. The bill does not clearly distinguish between the duties of national and provincial governments, going so far as potentially taking revenue streams away from provinces. The bill further proposes to empower the National Policy Council to make decisions on any matter at a meeting, even if quorum is not present. And previously, the Western Cape also proposed that unlawful funding be allocated to the respective provinces, which have not been included in the bill. The committee resolved that since the bill had not changed, that the committee adopts the final mandate on the bill. This mandate is not to support the bill. So the committee resolved not to duplicate previous public participation processes, as this would have been a waste of public money, given that the bill had not changed. No minority view was requested in committee. I thus ask the House today to accordingly support and thus ratify the decision of the committee to not support the bill. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I have to, at this stage, to announce that we'll be going through a process depending on how the members wish to express themselves. But the first question I will put to the House: are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee of Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism on the National Gambling Amendment Bill, conferring authority to the on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP not to support this bill? Any objections?
No. Yes, we object.
All right. Honorable members, seeing that there are objections, we'll have to take this to a vote. I therefore request the table staff to give me the numbers of present members. I would like to request the honorable members to be patient as we're about to announce the present members in the House. Honorable members, order. I have the numbers before me. Democratic Alliance 20, African National Congress 10, EFF 2, Good Party 1, ACDP 1, FF Plus. Who's that now? Order, the Chief Whip of the ANC. Your mic, please.
It's not a voice.
It is a voice. Order, honorable members. I don't want to know the voices. The presiding officer is clear where he's seated. Honorable members, I'm still providing the count. FF Plus 0 is absent. Al-Jama 0 is absent. And the total members present is 34. Now, in terms of the numbers here, I'm going to satisfy the voting process, and it is going to go this way. I will request each of the chief whips of the respective parties and leaders of the political parties to give me their vote. Will the chief whip of the DA please indicate whether the DA is in support of the adoption of the report or not?
Mr. Speaker, the DA is in support of the adoption of the report, to not support the bill.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip of the DA. Are there any member of the DA that wish to vote differently from that of the party? All right. Silence. Silence means what? Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, I now move to the ANC. The Chief Whip of the ANC, what is your vote?
As the African National Congress, we are in support of the bill.
We're voting on the report.
Or on the report. We actually not in support of the manner in which the report has been crafted, and as such, we are electing to choose a minority view. Thank you.
Are you supporting or not supporting the report before us? Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, I wish to put this to the members of the ANC, whether there is any member of the ANC that wish to record a different vote from that of the party.
No ways.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Order. Will the parliamentary leader of the EFF please indicate the vote of the party?
Thank you, Speaker. We object to that report of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Klego. Is there any other member of the EFF that wishes to vote differently? Honorable Makamba Poje?
No, Chair. No, Speaker.
Thank you. The no means?
Means I support the bill.
Not the report.
We're dealing with the report. All right. Thank you. That's captured. Honorable members, I wish to put to the good party. Honorable Heron, how do you wish to vote?
Speaker, we do not support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Heron. I now wish to put a question to the ACDP. How do you wish to vote, Honorable Christians?
Speaker, I would like to abstain.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Your vote has been recorded as such. FF Plus and Al-Jamai is absent. Now I will announce the count in due course. With your indulgence, will the honorable members give me a minute or so? Order, honorable members, I'm back. The totals are as follows. There were 33 now with one abstention. 33 members voted and one abstention. Let me read the final tally. I have to announce that 20 honorable members are in support of the adoption of the report. And 13 honorable members are opposed to the adoption of the report. Now, the report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism on the National Gambling Amendment Bill has therefore been adopted. Honorable members, the names of the individual members of this House present and their support or otherwise for the question before the House will be recorded in the minutes of proceedings to ensure a full record of the voting on the consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism on the National Gambling Amendment Bill, B27B of 2018, NCOP. And honorable members, you have done yourself justice today. Guess what? We have just concluded the business of the House, and that concludes the business. And of course, the House is now adjourned. Thank you very much. You may now enjoy your dinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Speaker. Bye, colleagues.
Enjoy the global peace.